live. Nope. What? Hold on, audio isn't working. Streamlabs. Streamlabs is
Curse you, Monty Python.
There we go. Okay, now audio is working. All right, Shavua Tov, and welcome to episode 14 of Cast in the Shadows. This week we're going to be talking about. We got a lot of news in almost every category this week. Mostly because we didn't cover anything other than Star Citizen XenoThreat last week. But, I mean, even Star Citizen has a lot of news this week. Let's start out with XenoThreat. So, Phase 2 is over, and we're in Phase 3 now as of, was it Wednesday? Or Thursday? Thursday. So, we're in Phase 3. So, Phase 2 was... Well, Phase 1, for anyone who didn't know, was that reveal trailer with the cinematic trailer of XenoThreat and the guy going, "People of Stanton, we are here to ruin your lives, blah, blah, blah." And then Phase 2 was we had to go protect the Javelin from an Idris, and we had to ferry cargo from Rex to the INS Jericho station that the Idris was docked at so that they can repair the Javelin, and then you fend off the invading forces and ferry supplies from to the Javelin, and once you did all of that, the mission would be over. Javelin would depart. You get to watch it fly out and then just disappear because it never ever quantumed for me. I don't know if you ever actually had the animation work, but for me it would just vanish into thin air. It would just straight up despawn in front of me. But
very much. I
mean, hey, it paid really well, especially for us poor folk.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really, really fun. I loved the dynamics of, you have combat mixed with cargo hauling, mixed with scanning, mixed with all sorts of different things,
Oh yeah, they did a good job of having a mission that will appeal to multiple people.
Right.
Multiple types of people.
And Captain Trek is in the chat. Hey, Captain Trek. But yeah, the Phase 2 I loved because of that dynamic, the multi-objective based mission where you have, you can run cargo. We need a security escort. Like, you doing one thing requires someone else to do something. If you're running cargo, someone else will be protecting your ship.
Combat or just exploration.
And there's also the FPS combat on board the Rex before you get to hauling the cargo, because there are hostile forces on board. And it was just I thought it was a really well done event, especially for essentially the first event, like the first real event. I mean, we have the IAE every year now. And they had Invictus last year, but those they're events and they're good, but those are kind of more like holiday celebratory events.
Yeah,
like those. I'm not counting those
event.
Because those are kind of they're going to happen every year. They're holidays in lore. Whereas this is a straight up all of a sudden enemy forces have invaded the star system. Everyone, get your asses into the ship. We're going killing.
Yeah,
we're going hunting. It's like that. I like that. That all of a sudden, unexpected happened. Everyone get on board, And I really liked the Phase 2 mission. It paid well. It was a great introduction for new players and old alike, for events and ship combat, FPS, cargo hauling. I liked that the cargo each had different kind of different properties. The blue ones were explosive. The yellow ones you would essentially emit an EMP pulse and a bit of a
they were quantum sensitive.
Because if you traveled in quantum, which, by the way, I tested what would happen if you have a pile of blue and yellows in your cargo hold and quantum travel. They just blow up. They don't. I didn't really get any damage in my Cutlass. Even though we tested it with just the yellows in your Pisces and it damaged the Pisces. But then again, the Pisces can be damaged by someone kicking it.
Yeah, I've literally had my Pisces
It's weaker than my 85X, damn it.
I've literally had it get taken out by NPCs with rifles. Like the P4 assault rifle.
Yeah, they just get through the shields and then boom. Thing's weak as hell, but hey, it's fun as hell too.
Now that being said, one thing also I'll note about Phase 2 was that the payout for the money I thought was really well done because it wasn't done just based on, oh, you only get paid if you turn in the cargo, or oh, you only get paid if you do damage to the XenoThreat fighters. You were getting paid
No matter
just by
what, you were getting paid
being
for being
in the
involved and for volunteering yourself for the CDF
yeah. Now you would have to be in the
services.
area, but beyond that, you're just getting paid. And
Right.
I think that was great because it means that even if you're just on a wreck loading up cargo for someone
You're still getting
else,
paid for your
hey,
effort.
yeah,
Or if you're
here
a
you
turret
go.
gunner, helping, like say you're on the gun of someone's cutlass, who the pilot is hauling the cargo into the cutlass, and you're on the gun to make sure that any incoming fighters get shot down, right? So
Yeah,
you're literally like, not a lot of time you may not be doing anything, you're just looking out for trouble, and you're still
yeah.
getting paid for that effort, and I like that.
Because it does. Because if it was just like cargo, it's like you'd have people, and I even heard occasionally of people going and like stealing cargo from someone else and stuff. And it's like, thankfully that kind of thing was heavily minimized because it wasn't really a competition, so to speak.
It wasn't, and I liked that. It wasn't a competition. I mean, we did have like competitiveness, quote unquote, in a lot of times. Like we were racing that Carrack and the Cutlass Black with our Pisces that one time.
Yeah.
Or, I've had it where I was literally, me and two other Cutlasses, one Cutlass Black and a Cutlass Red, were racing to Jericho Station to deliver the last supply of Zeta Prolinide, the green stuff, which is
Yeah.
time sensitive. Because like literally we just needed 8 more to end the mission, and we each had over 8 in our cargo hold, and we were just like racing each other to sell, like who would sell it first. But it wasn't like, we're gonna shoot each other down. It was just kind of like a fun race, like, hey, who's gonna get there first? Last one to rotten egg type thing. And I like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
I like that, like the camaraderie and the fun, just the fun co-op, the cooperative gameplay there. It really led itself to a lot of fun and a lot of good times, and I want to see more of that. And I want to see. The only downside to this mission, to this event, was that there was no criminal side of things. There was no criminal
Yep.
side of the mission, which led to a lot of people griefing. Ramming ships on the pads, and blowing up ships during cargo hauling in the wrecks.
Yep.
And a lot of complaining on Reddit about the griefers griefing, which was hilarious and hypocritical. It's like you're complaining, like, look, yes, CIG should have added a criminal side to the mission, but at the same time, you're complaining about making other people's time less fun, and you're complaining that you didn't have fun doing that. It's like, I mean, cry me a river, man.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, really? But yeah, that was aside from that, it was a really well done mission. My only real complaint, like my only pet peeve about the mission, was the lack of interiors for the cap ships. Specifically the enemy Idris, because I wanted to be able to board it, take it down from the inside. I don't care if I can't take it over. I want to be able to take it down from the inside. Plan a charge on the engine, like, or on the reactor or something, and get the hell out of Dodge, stuff like that.
Yeah, or even just being able to like target the main gun on it
Exactly, which you weren't able.
to
We
disable
kind
it
of
or
were
something.
able to do. I have some footage of. I was flying around some of our allies in Oberon, and we were in a Valkyrie, and we actually shot off the main gun.
Hmm.
I don't know if it was a
Like
glitch or not, because
the
it did
main
explode
Idris
right
weapon?
afterwards. And by explode, it kind of just vanished. But hold on, let me get footage of it.
Maybe that was a thing that we just didn't realize it
Maybe.
enough. But so that being said, so then we've got phase 3 now. Now phase 3 compared to phase 2 is much more straightforward. It's pretty much pure combat. Essentially you get told, hey, we're going after XenoThreat here, and you head to the location. XenoThreat shows up. They've got an Idris, usually a couple Hammerhead. I think more than one Idris shows up, like 2 of them or so.
3. So you get 1
3?
at first, and then 2 come in after you destroy the first one.
Okay.
And then you blow those up, mission's over.
Yeah, you get a couple hammerheads too to just kind of harry the fighters you've brought, and that's pretty much it. Pretty straightforward. Not much in terms of like other gameplay, like how we were talking with Phase 2, where it's like you can do cargo running, you could be doing security protection, you could be, manning a retaliator or an eclipse or something to go after the cap ships. This is just pure combat. And it goes by pretty fast too. Like
It
Phase
goes
2,
by
that would be
really
up.
fast, and it's also this kind of is like all the weak points of Phase 2, and none of the strengths, because it's
Yeah.
solely combat, which means you kind of have to have a ship rated for heavy duty combat. Like you got a Cutlass Black with stock weapons. Then maybe if you hit the hull of the ship with enough missiles, you'll make money. But that's the things, you make money based on the damage you do to the Idris. You don't just get paid, right? With whether you have the mission or not. And the mission can be over in like 5 minutes. So if you're not there quickly, you missed out, and now you have to wait 2.5 hours because the recharge rate on this mission is 2.5 hours over the just hour of the last one.
But that being said, I would still say the event as a whole is definitely a success.
Agreed. Hold on, so here's a footage I captured of the main gun just floating off in space, which was super cool. Because we just shot off the gun here. Oh, so there's the Idris, it just vanishes, but then you have the main gun right there. We shot it off before the Idris vanished. So you can see the railgun kind of just floating off in space there.
Free railgun.
Pretty much.
Never shot, dropped once.
Fired 3 times, simulated 700. But yeah, there you got a good look at the Idris railgun, which is huge. I did capture footage of the Phase 3 combat, which, again, is really fun if you're with a crew on like a Hammerhead or even a Carrack. But if you're just in a solo fighter, like in a Cutlass Black, I did manage to do some stuff with the Cutlass Black. But yeah, there's that railgun, some porn shots of the railgun. Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah, so here you got the XenoThreat for Phase 3. But you can clearly tell, like, this mission goes by real fast. Like, you just look at this where you see all this gunfire shooting at it from all these different players and heavy-duty ships. Like, there was at least, let's see, you got a Banu Defender in the top right corner. There was, like, 3 Constellations behind me, all firing size 4 weapons. It's over quickly because you have so much fire and all these torpedoes and missiles going out. And once you get like 2 Vanguard Sentinels taking out the shields with the EMPs, it's pretty much over. I mean, you can see all that damage that we're doing. I am shooting at it. It's not very visible from the perspective of the camera, but like that's why I go back into first person here just to make sure. But you do see it there on the bottom of the Idris. But yeah, you can see that we do take it out within. Again, this entire fight took 10 minutes. 10 minutes to kill an Idris. That's not a lot, especially in... I've been in dogfights with players between one fighter and another that have taken 20 minutes. I think my record is 26 minutes or something. Yeah, there you go. It's a very pretty explosion. And it is fun. It's just that... for someone like me versus someone in a Constellation, I'm not going to get paid as much as they are, and it's very, I won't say just satisfying. The destruction of a cap ship is very satisfying, but it's not as it's not as rewarding as the Phase 2 mission is.
Yeah.
And if anyone wants to see how powerful a railgun shot from an Idris is, here's footage of being on a Carrack. I'm so sharing audio for this because it was hilarious.
Remember, your top and your right gun are the current ones that can fire, so you want to keep your top and your right side relatively towards the enemy.
And YouTube, you better not screw with me on oh no, you're playing another video on your live stream. This is my own freaking video.
Green flashes. I think it's from the.
How dare you?
Which one are we going towards?
Probably.
Both of them. You said the top and the right gun, right?
Yes, the top and the right gun need to face the XenoThreat capital ship on your right, and ideally we could get a little closer.
Oh, he's aiming the railgun at us. That is not good.
I don't think he's gonna hit us.
You were saying?
What? He one-shotted us.
Yeah. So yeah, the one shot from the railgun will take out a Carrack easily. I mean, this thing, the railgun's pretty much the I would say probably the mass of a Carrack. It's a big ass gun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think that could have gone any better. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll get shot.
What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. That was hilarious. But yeah, that's pretty much the phase 3. It's just shoot Idris, destroy Idris, get paid for every shot that actually lands on the Idris. I don't remember if it's every shot that lands on the hull or if shield shots count. So, I might be wrong there, but it is still, it's fun. But again, it's not as good as phase 2. Do we have any? I haven't checked the Leaks Discord server in a few days. Any news on phase 4? If there is a phase 4?
I do not believe there is a phase 4. I believe this is it.
Okay. But yeah, because I was led to believe that phase 3 was going to be, okay, now the Javelin's roaming through the system, and we now have XenoThreat as a new faction, like we have Ninetales and Dusters and Nova Riders.
I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we were going to have the Javelin assisting us in the fight, and it does not seem like that's the case.
During a lot of the footage I recorded, you will hear Dooley say, Javelin inbound, something like the Javelin's coming in, or the Javelin just warped in, but you see it nowhere. It's not
where? I don't see her.
But yeah, it was supposed to be in the fight with you, and it's not.
Maybe that's just a glitch. Maybe
it could be a glitch. Then again, I've tried this mission on several different servers, because you pretty much every time...
Maybe they'll have to hotfix it or something.
Hopefully. Here's the thing. If this is... since this is phase 3, and it's literally just shoot Javelin, they better make it last a lot. The phase 3 hopefully lasts a lot longer than phase 2 did.
Yeah.
Because this was not great in terms of phase 2 was great. I think they could have actually kept it going longer than they did.
Oh yeah.
Not to say I hate that they shut it down quickly or whatever. That being said, it was great. I just hopefully, because phase 3 is less, they have it go for longer.
Yes.
And we got someone in the chat that I'm sorry, I cannot read that name. I don't even Chinese, Japanese. I'm ignorant in Asian languages. I apologize.
How dare you? Nah, same.
But he says hi, so hi.
Hello there.
But yeah, that phase 3, look, it's fun. It's just it's very lacking compared to what I thought it would be.
Yeah. But I mean, they're learning this shit as they go to, seeing what works and what doesn't.
We're learning along with them, and I got to take that into account. This is the first real event they've done. As I said, they had the IAE since 2018, and they've had Invictus Fleet last week, Invictus Week, whatever, Fleet Week. But those are holidays. They're going to be happening every year at those times, and all of that, it's those things those are regular. Those are kind of just inverse holidays that we get to experience in game, which I love. Whereas this is an actual event. So okay, someone's invading the system. All hands on deck. This is not a drill. All units to combat stations.
It's an actual oh shit moment.
Exactly, and this is the first time they're doing an actual gameplay event. The others aren't really gameplay events. This is. And for a first outing, I would say 9 out of 10.
Yeah, definitely better than expected, especially given previous.
At lowest 8.5, because phase 2 was a hell of a lot of fun. I mean, how many times did we play it alone? Just
several.
because it was so much fun, and yeah. So, but Phase 3 is a little weak.
Yes.
But again, they'll learn from it, and we'll get a better event next time. But anyway, moving on. Speaking of inverse holidays, so we got February. You want to talk about the Valentine's Day stuff first, real quick, like the sales and stuff
Sure.
like that. All right, hold on.
So, they've got a few ships on sale, but especially for the Valentine's Day event, they're also including that with the the Year of the Ram. So they have a special skin up for the Freelancer and the Nomad. I think it was. Was it Nomad? I think it was Nomad.
Yes, Nomad.
So you can get those. There's also
showing it on
several
screen now.
previous years variants for Valentine's Day, such as the F7 Heartseeker, which has a unique paint to it. Beyond
it's
that,
a Super Hornet, pretty much with a
yes,
unique paint job, and comes with a different weapon loadout to the standard Super Hornet.
yes, slightly different. Don't know exactly what's different on it, but slightly different anyway. That being said, there is also for February here, starting Monday, meaning in 2 days here. So the 15th.
15th.
There is a free fly event starting. And so what this is, a Star Citizen has several times a year free fly events where you can go and let's say if you don't own the game, you're like, hey, this thing sounds kind of cool, but man, with some of these price tags, I just don't know, and I watch some videos and it kind of shows you some stuff, but I kind of want to know what the game is like without having to drop some money on it. Well, with a free fly event, you can go and just register on the website, and all you need is an email. And once you register on the website,
link in the
you
description,
go to
by the way, for creating an account. Also, it's a great way to see, okay, can my PC handle this game?
Yeah, yep. And there's a whole layout there that shows you like from other people's rigs and benchmarks they've gotten with Star Citizen, so you can kind of see with your setup, with your CPU, graphics card, RAM, all that stuff, what can you kind of expect at this point in terms of performance.
Yeah, I'll show it right now. Just scroll all the way down. Only reset that. So you scroll all the way down, go to download, and you should have all the. Here you need to have Windows 8 or Windows 10. You need to have DirectX 11 graphics card with at least 3 gigs of RAM. 4 gigs strongly recommended. That's actually new because it used to not say 3 gigs. It used to just say straight up 4. So that's interesting. I guess that's a good thing. I guess that they're that's a bit of optimization there.
Yes.
Quad core. You need to have a quad core CPU. I think that's probably gonna be always there regardless of optimization.
Absolutely.
This game is just a monster. And you're going to need at least 16 gigs of RAM. I would highly recommend more.
I mean, strictly speaking,
depending on what type. If you're DDR3, if you're running
you
DDR3
could get
RAM,
away with 4, or I'm sorry, not 4, 8 gigs of RAM. However, you would not have a good time.
No.
So strictly speaking, you could probably do it. It just won't be very enjoyable.
No. Yeah, that's like I said. Like, just use this as your guide. And again, if you're like, okay, you know what, my PC doesn't work. I want to build a new PC dedicated to playing this game or whatever, like we did. Discord server link is in the description. We're down. You wouldn't be the first people we've helped, or first person, whatever, that we've helped build a rig for this game. So.
Oh yeah.
Like we've done it before.
I mean, also too, bear in mind, PC Park
are
a great resource as well.
Yeah, I think on the discussion tab of our YouTube page, I actually put a PC parts list for a kind of minimum price range rig that would be able to run Star Citizen. So check that out if you haven't. I may need to update it because I think last I checked, the motherboard's no longer on sale on Newegg.
Okay.
But yeah, this was a few months back. This was right when the 3080s came out.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's pretty much what you need, and obviously, you go to the link in the description, right? So go into the description here. You click on this link here to create an account, and it will take you to this page where you get a code that will give you 5,000 in-game credits to start with. Well, a boot extra to start with. So you start with 10,000.
Now, are all of those on there, or?
I think it's just mine.
You might want to throw just put like mine and Coolio's on there. Just
yeah, I don't know what your codes are though.
I can throw it to you, and we'll get Coolio's here. So when you see it, you can click on any of the links there. And like Rick was saying, both you and whoever's code you use will get an extra 5K. Oh no, also too, that 5K is subject to change based on the actual balance of the economy. So it's like down the line, if it's like, hey, 5K is fucking nothing now, they will adjust that. But essentially, you get some amount of starting creds.
The referral code will always give you 5K extra. I don't think.
Well, no, they've said they'll change it.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Yeah. They'll change it based on, because I mean, like I said, 5K right now, it's like, okay, you could get like a medium set of armor or a weapon or two, but it's unknown if that's really how they want the final balance to be.
Got it.
But either way, so both you and I would get some amount of starting creds, whatever that amount would be.
Essentially, it gives you an extra boost because with 10,000, so you can get more. You can actually get like a full set of armor and some weapons to start with, and then start making some real money.
So that being said, like I said, with the free fly event, that lasts for 2 weeks. During this event, they will also go and give all players, both people who are doing the free fly, who don't have the game, who have not bought the game, but also too for those who already have the game, they can also use the same code here, and all people who use that code not only, of course, get access to the game, but also too will get access to several different ships to go and fly around. So it's not like if you're like, oh well, I'm just stuck on a space station, I can't go anywhere. No, you'll get several ships of various types, like some cargo ships, some fighters, to be able to go and play with, so that you can go and experience the game. That's really what it is. It's going, hey, check it out. See if you like it. If you do, great. Join the community, and if not, hey, okay, you found out before you put any money down, so at least now you know.
And here's that thing where you're saying, gather your friends and family to kick off 2021 with the Year of the Ox and celebrate the Year of the Ram in-game at the Red Festival 2951. Let's venture together and say goodbye to 2020 and unfold a new chapter at the Red Festival. Pretty much like in more versions of Valentine's Day and all that. And here, this is the new skin, new paint job for the Freelancer and for the Nomad. And if you collect these, so these are scattered throughout the various spaceports, or the cities rather.
The major landing zones. So we're talking like Hurston, Area 18, Microtech.
Right. So, and if you can find these, on the floor or in plants or whatever, scattered about, and you can put them in your inventory and then sell them for, was it 5K?
Yeah, it's either like 2K or 5K, something like that.
For at least 1,000.
Yeah, it's pretty much for those who might have participated in the presents event or Christmas. It's essentially the same kind of thing.
Yeah, it's pretty much, instead of little box presents, they're little red envelopes. Here's a nice screenshot of those paint jobs. Kind of reminded me of the Blackjack Security paint jobs for their ships.
Yeah, a little bit.
Definitely nice. Yeah, you got that, and then you have. I think I just had the same link again. Yeah, I just had the same link again. Okay, never mind. But yeah, that pretty much. No, this is not. Well, here's footage. They made a little trailer. As they usually do. Neat. Actually, that was probably the first time I actually watched that.
It's
I think,
pretty good.
yeah. I think, and finally we have Inside Star Citizen, which showed off a lot of good stuff.
Oh yeah.
A lot.
Especially
of good stuff.
for those who might have a constellation out there, except for the Taurus, which does not have it.
Right, but that's not in game yet, anyways.
Finally, you will be able to not only dock and undock your Merlin from the constellation, but also spawn the Merlin attached to the constellation, which will be the first in-game implementation of ship-in-ship or vehicle-in-vehicle spawning.
Yep. And you can see here they actually got it working. This is literally like every constellation owner's dream come true.
Hell yeah.
And so this is the first implementation of ship-to-ship docking as well, which we will get more of later. We are also going to be getting... here's some first-person footage of it. We're also going to be getting ship-to-station docking, which we'll show off in a bit. Here they show off the HUD for docking, which is based, according to footage, it's based on real-world docking UI. You know, like when you're actually docking with the ISS or something, so they based it off of that. And you can see it. I mean,
yeah, they said it's pretty easy. Like when you're using the HUD, it's pretty freaking easy to go and use. Pretty intuitive. As it should be.
Especially since docking, like we make a big deal out of it, but you know, in 2 years, and as it should be, docking is going to be used regularly to the point, like super regularly to the point where it's like
it'll be just the same as landing your ship.
Someone's gonna say, "I don't know how to dock," and you're like, "Dude, are you kidding me?" You know. Because it's going to be like as used as much as landing.
Yep.
And yeah, so you got a view of it there. And here we got ship to station docking. So this is going to be important because I mean, this way larger ships like the Hammerhead can actually dock with stations. And this way you can have pretty much ships like the 890 Jump and all these ships that can't spawn at some of the space stations because they're just too damn big, or can't even land, can now dock with the station, and you know it's an alternative to landing.
Mm-hmm. Which would be nice. So, and this would be any ship essentially that has some kind of a docking port will be able to go and dock. So we're talking your like Freelancer, Constellation, your Herrick, your Aurora, anything that has a docking. And now that being said, you might come to a station and they'd be like, "Hey, we do not have any docking ports for your ship that are currently available." You know, because there's going to be different size ports.
Every type of docking color in game first time round. We're gonna, you know,
Yeah.
like for instance, the Constellation type docking colors probably aren't going to be in yet. You know, because that also has docking. The Cutlass Red and Blue have docking. But they share the same type of docking port that the Constellation does. And for when wide range ship to ship docking, I say wide range, like any two ships can dock together, is implemented. The Constellation and Cutlass, or a Cutlass and a Cutlass, can dock with each other.
But definitely some good shit there. And also, too, it's unknown if this will be included with that, too, but there will also be, down the line at least, ship-to-ship docking, as long as the docking ports on both ships are compatible with each other.
Right. And hold on, let me just add real quick. You want to talk about the caves thing? I'll put the footage up.
Yes. So along with other updates that they're working on, we are getting essentially Cave Tech version 2. So what this is an expansion to the current cave system to allow for cave entrances and more parts of the caves that will support vehicle entry. So we're talking not just like using your rover or using your rock to go in and find rare materials, but also being able to fly your ships in there. And they even showed off, Merc, if you want to show the clip, that there will be parts of caves where it's like you will be allowed and even intended to go and discover some places in caves, but you'll have to be very well at flying your ship, because some of these areas you're going to have to be twisting and contorting your ship in all different ways.
Yeah, they're about to show footage. There you go. I gotta go use the restroom real quick.
Okay. As you can see here, it's showing they've got to do some twists and turns here to effectively navigate in that cave there. So definitely some cool shit. I'm personally hoping that it might also lead to some repelling mechanics, but who knows if that'll be the case or not. But either way, definitely a nice improvement of the tech. One other thing too that they had said with cave technology, they want to go and have cave, like right now there is only caves on, I believe it's Microtech, Hurston, a couple of the moons of various planets, like Microtech's moons has some. I think one of Hurston's moons has some. But relatively speaking, there's very few caves in on the planets and on the moons in game right now. Once we get server meshing in, so for those who don't know what that is, server meshing is essentially the idea of when one server essentially is going, hey, I'm about to be overloaded here, or I'm crashing, or something like that, the data will then go and be seamlessly moved over to a second server, and you playing would never even notice this. This would then allow, instead of, because as it is right now, everything in game is being supported by a single server. So every single player that's in that game session, every single planet, every single ship, that's all being supported by a singular server running that. Once the server meshing is in and you can transfer the data seamlessly between servers, that will mean that you can have so much more in the game here. And so that will allow them to, for example, put more caves in, have additional systems such as Pyro, which is coming up. This also now does rely on the iCache system, which is the database the servers would be pulling from. That's the persistent database all servers would be sending data to and pulling data from on the back end. And that is also planned for this year here, at least for the initial implementation. But that would allow for potentially entire cave network spanning across an entire planet, for example, or a moon.
All right, now I'm back. And I I just did Google Translate to find out our friend in the chat's name. Would I be correct in Mayumi Nanakusa? Thank you for giving me. Thank you for reminding me that I can use Google Translate, because I completely blanked on that. And they say this game is interesting, but I don't like first-person games. Makes me dizzy. That's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
You can also play in third person, but understandable. And then they showed off some more logos here. They showed off breaching charges, which they were briefly showing here, and harvestables as well, for Pyro. So for those who want to do mining and kind of farming and that type of gameplay, there's that. These I'm excited for.
Oh yeah.
Because they talked about breaching charges a while back and explosive decompression. I think this is when they first talked about the room system years ago. So
we've also been seeing like the fire effects and stuff with that too.
And they show some food, because you got to eat in this game to continue living. You should have some chairs for their outposts.
Who needs to live?
You got this, very Star Wars-esque kind of setting here. Then we got some the new revamped Imperial Justice terminals. So when you have a fine, like, illegal parking, you're now fined 2,000 credits. So they used to be very... it fit in some locations, like Grimhex, but in Levski, but in other locations you'd think they'd be more fancy, like that terminal we just saw. And they're lastly talking about something I'm super excited for, and that is a reputation system. Or more likely, a visualization of the reputation system through your mobi-glass, so you can see your rep with different characters and different factions, corporations in the game, and kind of what your standing is, kind of like in a regular RPG. And given that reputation is going to be something super important in this game, and the fact that there are just really cool factions and characters that you may hate or you may love, this is going to be really awesome. But I think that covers it in terms of Star Citizen news. Also, I added your referral code into the description along with mine.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get Coolio's D
Yeah, I'm gonna. You saw the little area that had just my code alone, so now that yours is there too.
We should get like a little randomizer or something, so like they just click on kind
maybe
of rain
if you want, you can.
it.
And now you have free time. You can like work on a little like randomizer thing for us. This way, you click on the link and it just pops one of the 4 or one of the 5 codes randomly.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah. Well, that's your thing, not mine.
12 hours later.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I think that's it for Star Citizen. You want to move on to just regular gaming stuff, non-Star Citizen gaming?
What do you want to start with, Mass Effect or?
No, let's talk about. We have some Halo news. Just a brief thing. So 343 put out a video. Well, real quick. The Master Chief Collection is getting an FOV slider for consoles, which I thought was worth pointing out because, field of view sliders, they have one obviously on PC. The maximum, I believe, is like 100, 120, something like that. But you can increase your FOV based on from the normal 60, I think, that the original Halo games were at. And now you can do it for consoles, like for if you're playing on Xbox One or Xbox Series S or Series X. Now you can change your FOV too, which is a nice customization option.
Yes.
Especially if you have a PC and a console and you're one of those YouTubers that has money and shows it by reviewing things on every platform. Now you can have the same experience on each platform.
Mm-hmm.
But here is the video that they made this week. It came out literally on
Hey everyone,
Thursday.
it's Unishek here, and today we're going to be doing our first ever Ask 343 segment. Today I'm joined by Quinn Del Hoyo from the Sandbox team, and we're going to be answering some of your community questions about our latest Halo Infinite blog. Quinn, how's it going?
Hey John, it's great to be here, man. I'm excited to sit down with you and have a good chat and talk about all the Sandbox goodness that we revealed in that blog.
All right, well, let's not delay any further. Let's just jump straight into some of these questions. We were getting them on Twitter. This first one is going to be, will weapon tuning for multiplayer affect weapon tuning for campaign?
That's a fun one. Good to start off on that one. So we on the Sandbox team, we're working to get tools in place, and it's to allow us to be able to make more changes and tweaks to the system that doesn't necessarily affect the other side of the experience. So an example here, like campaign, if we're going to touch and tune a weapon, for example, we are in the process now to trying to make that very much possible where we don't adversely affect the other side of the game. So an example could be if we're going to touch the sidekick and make it really powerful for multiplayer, for example, because something happened and we need to do that, and there's the meta is changing that way. We're gonna make sure that doesn't necessarily adversely affect the campaign, and now we're shredding through brutes and grunts and all that. So the goal is that we
just side note here, because you mentioned the sidekick, which is the Mark 50 sidekick's the new pistol, and the new It's replacing the Magnum in Halo Infinite, and they did say like they might add the classic Magnum post-launch, which is all fine and good for those that play multiplayer, but for those of us that like the campaign, you're fucked, because unless they're gonna like patch it in through, and this way you have the new weapons they add post launch into the campaign, which no game has done really.
Yep.
I mean, unless you're exclusively like an RPG like Cyberpunk, you know, like they add new weapons in a DLC, you know, like for Fallout, right? You know, like you get a new, you know, like the Tesla cannon in Fallout 3 with the Broken Steel DLC. You know, like obviously there's no multiplayer for Fallout 3. You know, the main game is all there is. So it's obviously you're gonna get new weapons there. But with Halo, a lot of new weapons are probably only gonna be in multiplayer, and you're not gonna see them in campaign, which sucks because I love using the Magnum in Halo against, you know, the Covenant and all that. So that's going to be annoying, but that's just a personal gripe I have. Also, same thing with the shotgun. They're going to add the classic shotgun post-launch, which again, if it's not in the campaign, that's going to be negative points for my review.
No, absolutely.
We want to make it, if need be, where we could tune one side of the game and not affect the other side. But we are doing everything we can to try to keep everything cohesive in feel of how a weapon shoots, how it fires, how the equipment is deployed, how a vehicle drives. Those kind of things we want to keep cohesive. But the tuning that can shift the meta, we don't want to have meta shifts that affect one side or the other of the experience.
So this tells me exactly what you and I have been thinking, is that the multiplayer really is going to be a completely different game from the campaign, and that like things are going to handle different. Like they won't handle differently, but you know the pistol might do more damage in one game and one version in the multiplayer versus the campaign or something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, because you're saying like they want to be able to tweak things without it adversely affecting the other side, like the campaign side, and vice versa. So
Awesome. Thank you for diving into that a little bit. I've got another awesome question, kind of talking about how you can use things and how it will affect gameplay. This one is, will I be able to use a grappling hook to hijack a flying Banshee?
Yeah, in short, yes. There is some skill involved if you're good enough.
Okay,
if you
that's pretty
position
cool.
yourself correctly and the Banshee is close to you, you can absolutely use the grapple shot to skyjack the Banshee. But it's not something that is just going to be given out for free. It's just going to be something that with a player's skill, and we want to reward that creativity. So yeah, you can do that.
That's awesome. Thanks for the response there. I know I've done a couple Banshee skyjacks with the grapple shot. It's a ton of fun to pull off, but certainly not easy. Our next question is actually a follow-up from someone else about the grapple shot, and it is, can you use the grapple shot to pick up weapons off the floor in campaign and or multiplayer?
Yeah, absolutely. If you saw in the demo that the gameplay reveal, the campaign gameplay reveal from this past July, Master Chief was able to use the grapple shot to pull that fusion coil to himself, and then chuck it at the shade turret. Same rules applies. This is a sandbox game. We're trying to make sure all the systems intertwine and intermix with each other, so there's player creativity. So if you're accurate, you could definitely see a weapon on the ground and use the grapple shot to pull it to you instead of you going to the weapon.
Very cool. I've done it a few times in campaign, sometimes intentional, sometimes not intentional, but it is a lot of fun when you do it on purpose. I'm going to jump on over to the next question.
They are keeping it short
I'm
and concise,
confused
so that's
about
nice.
the line. Weapons on day one will assuredly be different after multiple updates and patches. Doesn't this mean the weapons included in the base game in the 1.0 version will be altered, or simply that new weapons will be added? And they're referencing a quote from our Halo Infinite blog.
So in short, the answer is yes to both. We are going to have weapons that are altered, the weapons that launched with the game originally. Those will be altered over time, and then we're definitely going to be introducing new weapons. Brand new weapons, never before seen weapons, classic weapons, legacy weapons, all those kind of things we'll be looking at and discussing and figuring out what the game needs at that time. But just I guess to clarify a little bit with altered weapons that go out day one, when we say alter, we're primarily going to be looking at things that are meta shifting and tuning knobs, but we're going to do everything we can. And I guess previous to the last answer and the other question is, we're going to keep weapons, the feel of the weapons, the same, and the
Hey,
roles
Robert,
of the
what up?
weapons. We're not going to take a weapon and change its role all up. We're not going to change the feel of the weapon. The BR-75 is going to play like the BR-75. It's going to have that 3-round burst. It's going to have that cadence. But we'll be looking at things, for example, the damage output, for example, or perhaps maybe the accuracy. There's be some things that it will change over time, or maybe max ammo carried in it, or maybe the ammo that you pick up on the initial pickup. There's knobs at our disposal that we'll look at, but we're going to maintain the roles and the feel of the weapons. So when we say alter, those are the things.
So the base traits of the weapon will stay, but they can, they're going to increase maybe, the damage, the damage points it does, or what ammo it carries when you first pick it up, and essentially the base traits will stay the same. It's still going to be 3-burst shot. With the example, the BR or the assault rifle will still be, it'll still have the same magazine count. The 36, at least the AR-40 will still have the magazine of 36 rounds. They'll still fire full auto, but they might change the damage. They might change how much ammo you pick up. So they're just going to tweak things here and there, which makes sense. For like multiplayer. Like, okay, maybe my concern is that in previous 343 games, especially Halo 5, bullet magnetism was ungodly, like, broken. Like, you can be shooting 3 feet to someone's right with a sniper rifle and still hit them in Halo 5, because the bullet magnetism was trying to compensate for the super fast-paced movement of Halo 5. And that's kind of where Halo Sandbox gets broken, due to those increased movement, advanced movement mechanics. Like, I don't mind run, like sprinting, but when you this is just like when you have the bullet magnetism trying to compensate for it like that, that's just ridiculous.
It takes a lot of the skill out of it, especially for like
exactly,
PC.
And like think of, because the way I would have done sprint in Halo if I had to, would have been it's super short, like like similar to Halo Reach, where first of all you have an indicator on your HUD for how for your your length of time of sprint, your stamina meter, and it's very short. It runs up real quick, but you run really damn fast and cover a lot of distance in that short time. But it's really short, like it lasts maybe for 2 seconds. Like, or something like that. Like it's very short but very effective. And the recharge time, say it's 30 seconds or something like that, or 25. And this way, it makes it a tool that it's it's still an ability that you have, a rechargeable ability, but it's an ability that you have to choose wisely when to use, because if you use it then, but then you realize, oh, I should have used it now, but I can't because it's still recharging, And also, again, it makes it, like, okay, if you can hit someone with that sniper during, while someone's sprinting, damn, like...
Seeing that shit, like, playing on console, I'm just like, how the fuck did they just do that?
Right, take, like all those classic Halo moments where, like, you snipe someone out of a moving warthog. It'd be like that, except without the warthog.
But that being said, never say never. Crazier things have happened, and this is a service game, so we'll have to see as we go.
Robert says rec packs and consumable weapons were trash in Halo 5. Dude, don't get me started. that Halo 5's complete, like, monetization with rec packs, and oh my, that was horrible. Like, literally, that's a game that's Halo in name only.
Yep.
And again, that's one in Halo 5 and Halo 4 as well, are one of the reasons that I'm skeptical about Halo Infinite. I want to be optimistic. I want to be excited for this game. But the more I hear, the less enthusiastic I am for it. And look, a lot of the things they showed are good things. They brought back the classic art style, first with Halo 2 Anniversary, if you count that, but I'd really say first with Halo Wars 2. They brought back classic art style, and now they're fully bringing it back with Halo Infinite. But at the same time, it's like you still have a lot of the old problems that 343 has had in Halo Infinite show up in that campaign demo. And you have the to-be predatory monetization of the free multiplayer and the exclusion of, or the removal of customization, color customization at least, for your Spartan.
There's always been a thing.
Which has been in Halo since Halo CE. So, it's like, for every good, you see two bads, and that's, at least for me, and again, you can say like, oh, you're being too negative, or you're being too skeptical, give the game a chance. I want to, but here's the thing. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not getting fooled a third time with 343.
Well, and not to mention too, it's like with since 343 became 343, because they used to be,
These three guys that made the multiplayer maps.
They were Bungie employees, and apparently they took that. Oh, here's the biggest fans of Halo. They're going to go and split out from Bungie now that Bungie is moving away from Halo.
Except for the big guys like Joe Staten and Marty O'Donnell, and like all the main guys that made Halo were not there.
Correct. And since 343 became 343, we got Halo 4, which when that came out, people widely regarded as the worst of the Halo games. Then Halo 5, which then became the worst. And honestly, we're from what we're seeing now, we're seeing it's the same fucking trends that's been going on.
And that's the thing,
since
Halo shouldn't be following trends. Halo shouldn't.
Exactly.
Because that's Halo Reach. Look, as much as I love Halo Reach, I can't. I'm not going to turn a blind eye. It did start the whole war following trains. We added sprint.
Oh yeah.
You can make the argument. Well, you're not playing as the Master Chief. You're a weaker version of a Spartan, and therefore you need the sprint to run the same distance and all that. Whatever the excuse, lore reason, whatever. Like, you added sprint in the game. That started it. At least you can make the argument it was an armor ability, so you can swap it out. Like you can, instead of sprint, I'm going to have a bubble shield, or instead of sprint, I'll have the hologram or cloak. The
jetpack or whatever.
Exactly. But with Halo 4, they pretty much just turned it into Call of Duty, like straight up. It was really Call of Duty with a Halo skin. In multiplayer, you literally had kill streaks, and you started out with loadouts. Like, you can make your own loadout. Aside from like a few story things here and there with Halo 4 that I liked, in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the game itself as a whole, the only good things I thought Halo 4 did was Spartan Ops. It wasn't well executed, but the idea was good. I liked the idea of, here's a separate campaign, like that would be updated post-launch. Right.
Just for co-op.
And you played as your multiplayer Spartan.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Halo Reach, where Noble 6 was however you made him look. And I like that. It's like here, you got your main campaign with the Master Chief, right, and Cortana, or no longer because she's dead, but you got your main campaign, and then you've got this other campaign, which is kind of like a side story in the Halo universe, but you play as your Spartan. You play as your multiplayer Spartan. I like that. I wanted to see that elaborated on in Halo 5. Better executed, taking the feedback they got from Halo 4, but they just completely scrapped the idea and replaced it.
Well, and it's like, if you look at other games, like one other game that I know of that had a co-op campaign that was, again, separate from the single-player campaign. For those who remember, I might be showing my age here, but Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. This was a third Splinter Cell game.
Its
co-op
were so good.
Had its own story that was alongside the main story as well, because there were a very few number of times where your characters in the co-op campaign interact in a marginal way with your character in the single player side. in terms of referencing the same events,
That was,
and at one
yeah,
point
I
actually
had
having
that, a friend of mine had it on the PlayStation, and we were just playing that all the freaking time. I love that.
Yeah, I was fucking laughing my ass off at that, because like you at one point you actually have a radio conversation with your character from the single player side, and at that point it's like, oh, well, you've already
Sam
played the
Fisher.
main game, and you hear that, and you're just like, oh, I remember that.
Exactly.
You're now on the other side of that conversation.
Exactly, it's that same thing where it's like you got two different campaigns based. Portal 2 did this too, where you have the main campaign with I'm blanking on the protagonist's name of Portal, but where you fight GLaDOS and you have Wheatley.
Shell,
thank you. And then you have the co-op campaign with the bots, right? With the two robots, which I'm also blanking on their name. But you had two different campaigns there, one for co-op, one for single player. Splinter Cell did the same thing, and I like that's what Spartan Ops was, but the problem is Spartan Ops was poorly executed. Like the gameplay for Spartan Ops was kind of just, defend this, press buttons, and kill this thing. That was pretty much all you did.
No, there wasn't any.
It wasn't very engaging in terms of gameplay, and there were a lot of fun moments, but it wasn't. Let me put it this way: campaign was better, and that's not saying much. Also, the other problem is that it replaced Firefight.
Yes, which
and
concerned that was a
like
heavily well-liked game mode.
Exactly, because it was introduced in ODST, they brought it back and really fleshed it out in Halo Reach, like with the ability to freaking customize the hell out of it, and for custom game stuff. And now you have Spartan Ops instead, which is just a campaign. You don't have, and Halo 5, they completely scrapped Spartan Ops and replaced it with Warzone, which is essentially a team deathmatch, except with objectives and AI. So it's like you got red versus blue versus AI and a few objectives here and there.
Yeah, it just felt like what are you doing, guys?
It was okay, but it felt very lackluster. It felt very lacking. Just it's the best I can describe it. It wasn't,
absolutely.
Like really, the best thing the only good thing from Halo 5, straight out, is the Forge. Like you can argue like, oh, the multiplayer, like it wasn't Halo, but it was still fun. And yeah, it was still fun. But the Forge was definitely the best thing because of the custom games made from Forge, especially like there was freaking Halo Jenga in Halo 5 was fucking amazing. You have like death races in Halo 5. There's so much fun stuff with Halo 5's custom games and the server browsing stuff there that is just really, really fun. All thanks to Halo 5's Forge. So definitely Halo 5 has the best Forge, just because of the amount that you can do with it. People have made like flyable pelicans and phantoms and stuff in Forge based on like clipping like a Banshee into a phantom, or clipping a Wasp, which is kind of like the Halo 5 version of a Hornet. It's kind of like to use a Halo vehicle that's an SPV3. It's kind of like the Sparrowhawk, and so they clip that into the Pelican, so you can fly the Pelican, and there was really cool stuff there. It's just that the game itself sucked. The campaign, I've only played it once, and once was too much. It's pretty much been like it was. I feel like when I was playing the campaign, it felt like I was the Arbiter getting branded with the mark of shame.
Shame.
I can't forget that campaign now. It's so horrible. But yeah, it sucks. And that's the thing, is that they've, for everything 343 has done with the two mainline Halo games they've created, each game only has one good thing about it, like one good gameplay aspect about it. I'm not talking about story or this or that. I'm talking, or aesthetics even. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the game, like game modes and gameplay. Halo 5 is Forge, and Halo 4 Spartan Ops. That's it.
Nope.
Out of an entire 2 games. That's sad. And Halo 5 also had the added problem of, it launched without Forge, without Theater, without like Infection, and like 17 other different game modes, like Oddball, Griffball. like literally all. I don't even remember if Capture the Flag was in there on release. I think it was kind of just Slayer, Team Deathmatch, and that Warzone thing.
Mm.
So, but anyway, back to Halo, and that's why I'm worried about Halo Infinite. Is that I'm worried, like, you burned me twice. I would be a moron to not be skeptical at this point. I would be a gullible idiot to not be skeptical of 343, even with all the good stuff they showed off so far. Like, again, return to classic art style, the spiritual reboot of Halo with Halo Infinite, returning to a Halo ring, for God's sake. Bringing back
Look at distraction.
Bringing back a fan-loved faction from Halo Wars 2 and making them the main antagonists in Halo Infinite. Like, those are all good things, but I'm still skeptical just because you've burned me twice. I'm not getting burned a third time. And the more here, again, like, the multiplayer is going to be free to play, which means it's going to be monetized to hell. I mean, Halo, the Master Chief Collection's Battle Pass system, it's free, but it's a test bed for their monetization in Halo Infinite's multiplayer.
Yep.
But let's get back to what this guy's saying.
But anything that does change, we will communicate to you as the players the what and the why, always.
Very cool. So both, yeah, we've got the tuning as well as a bunch of new stuff coming down. That's awesome.
Yeah.
The next question. So obviously we know that bullets are sort of the standard damage type, and plasma is the shield stripping one. What damage type does the Ravager have, and what does it specialize in?
The Ravager is a plasma weapon, and it's in the brute line of plasma where it's red plasma. So there's a little bit nuance from the classic blue plasma, where it burns a little bit hotter, it overheats quicker when you use it. So there's a little bit of nuances.
So it's like the brute plasma rifle from Halo 2.
Tendencies that we wanted to build into even within plasma.
I have no problem.
Whether it's brute or the classic Covenant style plasma. So that's what the damage type the Ravager is. And then something with it and kind of how its role in the sandbox. If we look back at the campaign reveal, it is it's a burst weapon that has AoE to it. And the reason we wanted to have burst in there is that players can choose how much do they want to spread that damage out over whipping the weapon across an area, or do they want to have it more concentrated? And if you want it concentrated, then you have to maintain that time on target to that specific area. So all that being said, like, there's still some surprises that we have in store, and even in particular to the Ravager, it plays a little bit differently, and we're very excited to show those surprises in the coming months as we reveal more about Halo Infinite.
Very cool. Yeah, I know what those surprises are, and I'm looking forward to show them off too. Our next question is going to be, I thought the wording for equipment is earned via combat or scavenging the play space for MP was interesting. Do you simply mean fighting someone in combat for an equipment pickup, or does this mean we can potentially start with equipment at the start of a game and charge up its use by earning kills?
Got it. Yeah, I could clarify that a little bit. Simply what we meant by that statement was, in multiplayer, you could expect to acquire equipment as if they're on the map, and you go to that location to find it, and sometimes that location is contested, and you have to win a battle to gain that equipment. And at other times, like Halo 3. You gain the equipment just by killing that enemy that had the equipment, and they drop their weapons and their equipment if they're carrying any, and then you could loot it and take it for yourself. That's what we meant by earned via combat, not with any kind of meters or building up anything like that. It's just simply put, equipment will be on the map in multiplayer, and you have to go and scavenge the battlefield and to acquire equipment.
All right, thank you for Suicide Grunt. Is this a new feature for vehicles in the sandbox?
Very astute viewing. Yeah, the front left wheel was damaged by that grunt that had the plasma grenades out. That is something that we have a new feature that we're not totally getting to, but just to tease a little bit, because it's exciting and it's really cool, is that we are putting more effort into a fully fledged damage response system to our vehicles. because we wanted to award our pilots and our drivers, our wheelmen, if you will, that when they drive the vehicles that we're going to be having in Halo Infinite, that there's more to it than just simply health. Like I got damaged, and the more there's only a finite amount of health I have, and then the vehicle will go to a doom state and explode. So we're trying to get it more of when a certain tire gets shot out, then the vehicle will drive differently. Or air vehicles,
Okay,
how
that's pretty nice.
they will handle based on where they receive
Just way if you lose a
damage
wheel,
from.
you can still drive it.
So that also plays into, as an attacker
just
trying to
might
deal with
not be very
vehicles,
effective.
I now have more interesting choices of how I want to eliminate that vehicle or affect that enemy pilot or that enemy driver. I could shoot out wheels. I could shoot out
So if a
different
Banshee
areas of the
loses a
wings
wing,
and
it's probably going to handle
things like that.
differently,
That
which would be nice.
again, I don't want to spoil all.
Probably
of it,
just gonna spin in
but
circles
it's
for a while.
really
A
cool
little
and
bit.
exciting,
Look, I'm
and
spinning.
something that we're going to continue to develop.
Look, Mando hands.
With not only new vehicles but even existing vehicles. We're going to take that system and tune it and make it better over time as well.
You on the Sandbox team, you guys have been making some awesome things and some very cool little systems like that, right? Making sure the vehicles have a fun counterplay there. And
I guess that's the pros of having a new engine for Halo.
our next question, weapons, equipment, and vehicles were clearly the star of the show in the blog post, but I was wondering what's currently planned for grenades. What are the goals for this part of Halo Infinite Sandbox?
Grenades are definitely going to be there. We showed some grenades prominently in the campaign reveal, and others not so prominently. But yeah, grenades are going to be there. They're going to fulfill largely the same role of what you'd expect in previous Halos. But we are going to have a little bit of wrinkles with the grenades. So like you saw, the spike grenade was thrown at Chief, and Chief also threw the spike grenade. And even in that, we're looking at having a little wrinkle there. So just to talk a little bit about that just for just a few seconds, because I think it
is nice to see the spike grenades from Halo 3 returning.
Yes.
Because those, like, that's the thing, 343 did introduce new grenades in Halo 4 and 5 with the Forerunner grenades. And they just felt like, I mean, I never used them. Like, they weren't really effective.
Yeah, no, they weren't.
Whatever, like the pulse grenade, whatever they're freaking called. Yeah, like I just stuck to using plasma and frags. Halo 3 was really, in Halo 3 ODST as well, were pretty much the only two games that did add new grenades, and they were welcomed additions. Like, they actually added, like the incendiary grenade, right? The fireball.
Oh, those are lovely.
Yeah, and then you had were pretty much like insta kills on brutes, or really anything. And then you had the spike grenades, which are pretty much like brute plasma grenades, except they're not plasma. They instead explode into giant needlers that go everywhere.
Hooray,
so you can, even if they explode near you, you can still kind of avoid them if you're like extremely skilled or lucky.
It's really cool and exciting is that the spike grenade, it has blades. It's like this brute weapon, this explosive weapon that has blades on it that sticks into surfaces and enemies. And we looked at that, it was like, well, if it has blades, why can't we just make it deal more damage when it sticks to things? And that's what we did. So we actually, there's some fun moments where in the campaign where there's like grunts, which are weaker on the scale of health of enemies that you fight. You could stick them with a spike grenade, and it just has blades and the damage on it that they will die right out. And then it still has the fuse on it, so it'll explode and shrapnel will go everywhere. But that's just one of those moments where we wanted to really go all in on the character of not just vehicles and equipment and weapons, but even our grenades. We're trying to really differentiate the offering on everything in Sandbox.
That's awesome. I knew it was planned. I have yet to nail a grunt with one of those spike grenades, but I'm looking forward to it. You guys had mentioned the Bulldog is meant to fill the role of a fast-firing, low-power shotgun. Considering
Hmm. Yeah, it wasn't something you would just spawn with. Hmm. Oh yeah.
The team's emphasis on into the
Haven't just to keep in mind, we haven't revealed all of the weapons in the sandbox. And that power mind, we haven't revealed. Absolutely, the Bulldog does fit that role, and something that we haven't. Just to keep in mind, we haven't revealed all of the weapons in the sandbox yet, and that powerful shotgun role is. We've already got a weapon that is new, never before seen or talked about, that is filling that role, and we'll talk about that and share it in the coming months as we get into that more. But just to clarify and to reemphasize what I said earlier in a previous question is that we're always going to be looking at new, not just brand new weapons to bring in, but where do the legacy and classic weapons, where's it, when, where, and how do those get to come into the title? Because that, to me, this is something that we're really excited about, is that this is not just a Halo game that we're going to get out and then be done with and move on to the next Halo title, but we're always going to be looking at how do we
because it's going to be yet another
that's exactly
live
where
service
new
next,
and
well, they even said next Halo for 10 years or something
can fit in as well.
Thanks for that answer. I know the classic shotgun is definitely a fan favorite weapon, so we were anticipating quite a few questions around the Bulldog. Has the Magnum been reconsidered to be added into the sandbox? I like the new pistol and all, but I think having the original sidearm is a must, being such an iconic weapon.
We didn't want to do previously where the Magnum changed from Halo CE to Halo 2, and then it changed again from Halo 2 to Halo 3, and then so on and so on. Every new Halo game seems to change legacy weapons, and that's something that we don't want to do. If we're going to bring a legacy weapon back, we want it to be and play like that weapon that players remember and understand.
Hopefully they don't bring back the Halo 2 Magnum, because that sucks.
Weird design decisions on why this thing is changed.
Like, hey guys, we brought back the Magnum, just like you asked. It's a Halo 2 Magnum.
So that's where, with the Magnum, we wanted to have, we wanted to make sure that when we do it, that we do it right, and with our design goals of pistols being like pistols and not being hyper accurate from really far away. That's where the sidekick is where that
I'd say bring back
the
Reach
sidearm that
Magnum. That's definitely
can use quickly and efficiently.
The most balanced.
And then our rifles play much more closer to rifles. So
obviously, I guess
that
I would say
I don't know. I mean, I
the
could talk
best and most
forever on
fun to
this
use
stuff,
is
and that's
Halo
why
CE's
I
Magnum,
like doing these kind of things.
but it's not balanced.
No,
that thing is just too good. That's why they disappeared in Halo 2.
John, and talking about the sandbox, but I guess I don't. I'll just cut it short there, is that yeah, we love the Magnum. It's special in our hearts, and when and if and how we bring it back, we want to make sure we do it right, and that the fans will recognize it as the Magnum, and we're not tweaking it or changing it from what it used to be.
All right, so the sidekick pistol is very similar to the gunfighter Magnum from Halo 5 then, kind of, right?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a pretty good way to look at it, for sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's kind of at least how I view it when I go hands-on with it in our playtests and stuff. But gonna keep on moving because we've got a few more questions here. What past Halo game has your favorite sandbox?
Wow, we're gonna hit me with that, huh? We've been going this whole time talking about Halo Infinite, and now we're gonna bring out this favorite sandbox stuff. I think as I look back at it, I would have to say my favorite would be probably Halo CE, even though it's a very small sandbox. Like there's very few weapons in that, which makes it very easy to have really strong nuances and differences between the weapons. But I think that one would probably be my favorite. And I think just to use an example from that would be the plasma rifle. I really liked how that it offered something different and something you haven't seen in any Halo since then. And for those of you that don't know, I'm mainly referring to the look stun, or when you shot at least in multiplayer, when you shot another opponent with that there, it would make it very difficult for them to actually turn. Their turn speed was slowed down, and then so it wasn't the strongest weapon at all, but it was just this fun
I remember that
this
from the land
combat decision of grabbing that weapon and coming up behind someone and making it very likely that you'll be able to end them with the melee kill. So that, to me, that weapon combined with that sandbox, that small, tightly knit sandbox, Halo CE is probably my favorite.
It's a good choice. I've always liked that plasma rifle stun, kind of how you can slow them down, get close, be C weapon.
Again, man, this is okay. And favorite sandbox, now it's favorite. Like, I think I would. There's way too many to choose from here, but I guess something that I have that I would look at. I think there is not necessarily out of the thing, but I think I like the gameplay loop and feel of the needle rifle from Halo Reach. I just thought it was just really
interesting
fun
choice. A
to
lot of fans didn't
fire,
like that gun.
and it was this really
Yeah, really.
interesting hybrid weapon of you combine a needler and almost like that Covenant carbine or DMR, I guess you could say, but you combine these two and smash them together, and then you get that fun loop of precision, but pairing it with the needle of the super combine. You need to get so many needles in your target for them to explode. So that is probably one of my just more favorite, I guess, weapons in the Halo sandbox. At least we're looking at legacy wise.
That's a good choice. It's definitely a fun one. That awesome. And this one is going to be about the Sandbox Team Crest. How did this design of the Sandbox Team Crest come about? Not gonna lie, the more I look at it, the more questions I get.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is an interesting one. I wasn't really expecting this to talk about this, but yeah. So we're a big believer on
We're not
team
really talking about the game
and
anymore. Now we're talking about
that goal.
yeah, some of these questions.
So everything in there has meaning from together as a.
Yeah, I mean this isn't
And
really
we have-
news at this point. I mean, I'm sure some people find this interesting, but I
And
mean,
eventually go on hand.
here, it's the most recent video in the Halo's channel, so. you can go
Right,
check
that's
it
kind of
yourself.
like,
Yeah, that's we got some Halo news there. So I think we kind of talked about it already. So moving on. You want to talk about Mass Effect? The Mass Effect catastrophe. The remaster.
yeah. So with that, so among other things, with that, I did actually see a comparison video someone did. So we've seen some footage of essentially, hey, here's what we're doing with the remaster here, and I saw some kind of like side by side footage of it, and at least to my mind, seeing the new stuff, but I mean, I understand it's still all in the same engine and stuff. You know, it's not like they haven't like completely remade the game or anything like that. For like Mass Effect 1 or anything there. It's just visual tweaks. But that being said, I'm really not that impressed with what I was seeing there.
Yeah, here's a trailer for the remaster, the Legendary Edition, which is pretty much it's a remaster. Remastered in 4K Ultra HD.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't like. I
And
mean,
this was already a pretty beautiful looking game prior.
oh yeah. Even Mass Effect 1, I mean, yeah, Mass Effect 1 is a little bit clunky nowadays, sure. The combat isn't that great.
But
That being said, it still looks, in my opinion, pretty darn good, especially for the time when it came out. Just, like I said, from what I've seen of it and everything else they're doing with it, I mean, one, like we've talked about before, they managed to, in some way, corrupt, lose, fuck up the Pinnacle Station DLC. So that will not be included in.
yeah, they lost the code
game.
or something. Like they don't have the code or something for the Mass Effect 3.
And I was like, how the fuck do you manage that? Like,
And even if okay, say it's corrupt, like you have the code, but it's corrupted. It's been years, whatever. The code's just messed up now. Like the source code.
go
You can't do
fucking
anything.
remake it from the
Take
DLC
the game,
itself.
take a copy of the game and just kind of reverse engineer. You know, because, and I know that like reverse engineer, like you're saying a lot. You know, do you have any idea what you're saying? And yeah, I do, because guess what? You ever hear of El Dorito? Because the modders have reverse engineered Halo Online to make El Dorito.
Yeah,
And they turned it into a Halo 3 version of
Not
Halo
saying
Online.
it would be necessarily easy, just doable. And it's like when you're saying, hey, this has all the shit, well, no, it doesn't, because you fucked it up.
And here's lots of ads. Here we go.
So on top of those issues with it, they've also said EA has come out and said, or rather BioWare has come out and said, they are going to be censoring parts of the games. We don't know which parts, but censoring parts of the games as they are too. I forgot what their exact words, but essentially they're too sexualized for modern audiences. And it's like the most the games themselves really showed was.
I'll be honest. I'm looking at these. I have the footage here playing, comparing Legendary and Original, and
It really like it's like I can get better with mods.
I mean, the face looks a little like there's a little bit more shine in the face. I don't know, honestly. I like the original better.
Yeah,
and I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm not a Mass Effect guy. I haven't really played the games much. I played, I think, one of them. I think it was 2. But like, I'm not really. I know of it. You know, I know the story. I know the lore a bit and all that. But I never really played the games, so I'm not really the best guy. I'm not really an authority on it like Cam is. And I gotta say though that just standing from a visual standpoint. Okay, this shot this is lens flare, but the original looks better in a lot of regards.
Yeah, and then not to mention too, like I said, you don't have the censoring stuff. Which again, we don't know what exactly will be censored. Just they have said they will be censoring parts of the games. Which it's like, why? It makes no sense to do this. Like, especially if you're going to charge, because the price tag for this is $60. If you're going to charge new game price, now, I mean, yeah, you're getting 3 games for the price, but even still, I mean, even $20 per game seems a little much. You know, just for what we're going to be getting here. So it just seems a really odd decision.
All right, now pull up the Game Informer article that talks about the exclusion of Pinnacle Station.
Yeah. Then also too, there's the fiasco we saw with Andromeda, with all that kind of stuff here, and then them pulling
with the tired
all
face.
this. I mean, I'm dubious at best about the new Mass Effect game, just because I'm like, if it's the same team working on the new Mass Effect that's working on the remaster, I'm like, well, shit, what else are they going to be like censoring or removing from what would have been there originally? Because they just don't feel like giving that to us.
Yeah, and Robert in chat says they would have to redo 3's ending to get me interested. And yeah, understandable from what I've seen. Because
absolutely.
I remember at the time I was actually really interested in Mass Effect 3. Again, I never really played it, and I'm not in the authority, but I was casually interested in it. And I remember when Mass Effect 3 came out and the whole debacle with the ending, and I was one of the people that kind of like, why is there like 3 different endings or 2 different endings, and neither was very. It was very boring, I guess.
Lackluster.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the original endings,
Very
for those
lazy.
who don't know, the only difference between the endings, the 3 different endings, was that
endings, okay.
one had a blue color, one had a green color, and one had a red color filter on what it showed for like the Reapers.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was it. That was literally it.
It was green laser and red laser and blue laser, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
They literally changed the color decals on the visual shown, and
but it was the same cinematic. Like you had the same shot of Shepard kind of like in like this like pose with the laser going off.
Yeah, it was quite literally the exact same cutscenes for each ending. Like they didn't even bother to make different cutscenes. Only when the fan base was kind of like, okay, ha ha, funny joke. Where's the ending? They were like, no, that is the ending. I was like, what the fuck do you mean? That's especially when they specifically said in news articles they had made before the game came out. They had specifically saying we're not going to just do like cookie cutter endings for this. You know, we're going to go and make like, your choices matter.
I remember.
It's like, oh, well,
And that's why even I was interested at the time, because I wasn't a big RPG guy, and this was like, oh cool, it's gonna have multiple endings and all that. I love this, like the look of this, and then all of a sudden like they're just the same endings but with different color filters. Like even at the time I knew that. Robert says all your decisions from the years you invested equated to nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Even with 3, the biggest decisions that you made in previous games, the only real impact they had on 3, on the ending of the entire series, was usually that, oh hey, you helped this one character or this one group, they went and pledged some fighters or something to the Crucible project, your readiness rating raised by 3 or something, and it's just like, the fuck? Like I went through all of this shit to go and help all these people, and the fact that this matters in the game is that, oh, my readiness, a generic number went up by a couple points. Like, come on.
Yeah, and here, like, so also the censoring thing, back to this article here from Eurogamer saying, BioWare's upcoming Mass Effect The Legendary Edition has taken a fresh look at the trilogy's gratuitous camera angles, focusing on Mass Effect 2 character Miranda, or more specifically, her bottom, and made some changes. Speaking to Metro, Legendary Edition project director Mac Walters said that times had moved on since the original game's launch, and adjustments had to be made to a few things which stood out. I do think a lot of things have evolved since the original games, Walters said. I don't know if I would say we were ultra concerned about it or anything like that, but there were considerations. Kevin, Meek environment and character director, actually called out some camera cuts that were just, why was that focusing on Miranda's butt? So in some cases, we said, okay, we can change that there. Other camera changes include some awkward angles for Shepard, which were clearly designed purely for with the male Shepard model in mind. From experience, playing these through as a female Shepard means she sits there man spreading in a skirt, and it's just ridiculous and a bit broken to watch. Yeah, but I'm sure a lot of guys were not complaining about that. A male Shepard.
Well, also too, it's like that. To me, that's kind of so. Like, I mean, I get what they're saying with that. At the same time, too, it's like, among other things, Shepard is a soldier, so it's like, so soldiers oftentimes have all kinds. I mean, I don't know. I served in the army here for several years. Whether you're male or female, if you're used to wearing a lot of gear on you and being, carrying, your armor, your weapons, if you have like any kind of pack strap to you, all this kind of shit, you get used to going and sitting and moving in certain ways so that it does not interfere with your gear. I mean, I can understand what they're saying, that okay, especially if the character is wearing a skirt, you probably don't want to be sitting in a way that you can be seeing under the skirt. That's understandable.
But yeah, I don't
However,
like the whole like
it,
man spreading thing where it's like that. Like I
yeah,
don't
it's just like,
understand that. It's
huh?
like you do like people. You do understand that guys like. I mean, they kind of have to sit that way. There's something in between their legs. They can't help that.
Yeah, man, is it, no, fuck you.
You see, this is what happens when you get rid of it. You have a squeaky voice. I can't. Okay. Anyway, yeah, but a male shepherd animation that have him sitting with his legs wide open, with a low camera, where if you're wearing a skirt, it would be a bit unflattering. Walters continues, so we can't necessarily change that animation, but you can raise the camera up slightly to reduce the problem. Mass Effect character Miranda is defined by her appearance, and her coming to terms with the fact her DNA was genetically modified by her father is a major part of her overall character arc. But the trilogy's writing does a good job of tackling this without players constantly being reminded of her body with camera shots of her catsuit. I mean, and then here's just like including question for Walter, blah blah blah. And it's just, again, it's needless. I understand where they're coming from. It's like, oh look, it's it's being a little sexualized with the character, but it's like, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what the character was, if I remember correctly. Like that was,
Yeah, that's
the
part
reason the
of
camera
the
shots are that
character
way.
arc.
Like you even talk about her body, like that's the whole point. Is she was a sexualized character.
Well, not to mention too, and they even mentioned there, it's like part of Miranda's arc is coming to terms with, like, I mean, she hadn't really come to terms yet with the fact that, hey, you're your own person. You're not trying to go and meet your father's expectations, because her father just saw her as a pretty much just being
A lab experiment.
his shit. What's the word? Essentially his legacy. He didn't see her as like a person. But it's like, and part of that is coming to terms with that, and then her also then going and moving away from Cerberus, because similarly Cerberus was using her as well. So it's like with all that together, part of that is that, especially at first, she pretty much is using her body as a tool in her, she sees it as just something else to be used for the furtheration of whatever goals she has, and then down the line kind of goes and moves away from that. That's part of her character growth. Again, not saying that it's like and again, and like Mando was saying here, I get that it's like, oh hey, they're giving me some kind of unflattering camera shots, and that makes
Here,
sense. And it's
they
like,
actually
okay,
have a
we're going to
link to
go
the.
and adjust that. But it's like, at the same time, it feels like they're making a bigger deal out of it than
Yeah, it's
they
making
really
a mountain
need
out
to.
of a molehill. And here, there's a Kotaku article that literally says the exact same thing about how, they changed the look of the, the director talks about how they changed the look of the camera angles and how they can't change the animation, so they changed the camera angle with female shepherd and the skirt, and then they actually put a link to that scene so that you can actually see what was wrong, quote unquote, wrong with it. And I don't even see where she's sitting in this scene. Like they link a
But
7-minute video and you'd think they'd at least link like, okay, here. That really? I mean, yeah, it's a bit unflattering, but I mean it's so quick. It's not even a second.
and it seems like, and it's like, even if we go and just take everything they say at face value here, with all of the stuff we've seen with media in general these days, and especially with corporations, whenever a company comes out and starts saying like, oh hey, we're removing this, we're changing that, here are reasons why, my first thought nowadays is always, okay, that's what they're saying, what's the actual reason they're doing this? because so many times it turns out, oh, it's they say it's for this, but there's actually these other reasons or this other information that, when coupled with the whole picture, it starts painting a very different picture of what it is they're trying to do here. Again, not saying that's the case here, just that in general, we've started seeing that, hey,
Also, again, the
sometimes
whole
there's a lot
reason.
more than meets the picture, and what they say is the reason why they do stuff isn't the actual reason.
Also, changing it kind of defeats the purpose of the entire project, because you're trying to visually update, right? Like graphically update an old classic at this point to get people to buy the same thing twice. But this time it's like, oh, it looks better, so they're going to buy it again for the visual, and so they can play it on their modern consoles versus having to play it on their 360 or PlayStation 3 or whatever. You're right, and what you're doing is that you're changing that experience, albeit slightly, and you're changing it from and that defeats the whole purpose of, here's that old thing you really liked but with new visuals, so that you can buy it again and play it on your new platform. But
Well,
you
that
get
being
that
said,
same old
too,
experience. It's like, again, the whole point of was like, and seriously, this isn't that bad. Like I've seen, I mean, really, like, this is what they're complaining about.
seen far, far worse.
Yeah.
Now,
And
that being said, too, are they then planning on doing some other bug fixes? 'Cause I know there have been some very long
well, I'm gonna
suffered problems
let's go through this. I haven't
in
read this
all
one
the
yet.
games.
I haven't read this article yet. So those who played Mass Effect Trilogy when it was shiny and new may recall a few cutscenes with unusual camera angles. Sometimes it was a result of intentional butt framing, especially with Miranda was around, but there was also instances where the use of a single animation for Shepard's dual body types caused issues, such as a moment where FemShep was sitting down in a form-fitting black dress, and here's a screenshot. There will be less of that in Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Character environment director Kevin Meek told Metro that BioWare is taking steps to improve FemShep's animations in upcoming remaster. Well, actually, he said that they couldn't fix the animation, so they're changing the camera angles, so that she's a bit more on par with male Shepard. That includes things like subtle face changes or some wrinkles or support or whatever. Also, they actually are changing some things. So she's catching the light and the same kind of quality level. And in places where animations can't be changed, adjustments to the player's perspective are being made, like the camera angles. Okay, fine. Because honestly, like this, like, yeah, okay, I can understand where they're changing it,
Yeah, no, that is like if they're actually going and working on bug fixes, and that's part of that. Sure.
Like, even if this was a female character not in a skirt, this was a good shot, right?
Yeah.
Good frame. Except because they're wearing a dress, you may want to change that. Like, just raise the camera up just a bit, or angle it a bit or something. Specifically around animations, we couldn't really change a lot of those, but there were times where where you could change the camera to not focus on one of those animations. Meek explained, so the male Shepard animation would have him sitting down with his legs quite wide open with a low camera angle. If you were wearing a skirt, it would be a bit unflattering. So we can't necessarily change that animation, but you can raise the camera up slightly to reduce the problem. In the same interview, project director Mac Walters also acknowledged that some of Mass Effect's cutscenes direction perhaps focused less on the narrative and emotional content of a scene and more on anatomy. BioWare is making a few changes to dial back the most flagrant instances of, well, this. And then you have the butt shot. Joseph probably hates this a lot. He does love that booty. Kevin actually called out some camera cuts that were just, why was that focusing on Miranda's butt? And simple, it was purposely focusing on her butt for sexualized purposes. I mean, you couldn't figure that out?
Marie!
Yeah, right. In some cases we said, okay, we can make a change there, but ultimately to change an entire character model or something like that wasn't really, wait, what? But ultimately, to change an entire character model or something like that wasn't really. It was a decision that was made as part of many creative decisions, and just showing it at the best possible fidelity that we could going forward is really the choice for all of the art that we had. Okay. I think I need to read that again because that didn't make any sense to me. BioWare is leaning into Shepard's female side for the Legendary Edition in a way it never did with the original releases. If I'm mistaken, that's probably because the canon version is supposed to be male Shepard, correct?
Honestly, I'm not sure, and I think they've flip-flopped it. I think like originally, like Mass Effect 1, the media for it pretty much focused on male Shep.
Like I just meant like all the cover art and all the posters and everything focused on male Shepard. Like that was my introduction to the series.
I know for Mass Effect 1 they definitely focused on male Shep. I think for Mass Effect 3 they focused on femme Shep, and then Mass Effect 2 I don't remember.
Yeah. Leading towards friendships, which effectively treated the male character as the default in promo materials. The Legendary Edition reveal trailer plus FemShep front and center, a fact that did not go unnoticed by voice actor Jennifer Hale, who did the voice for the male FemShep. And it will also establish the character's fan-selected appearance as her look throughout the entire trilogy. Mass Effect Legendary Edition comes out on May 14th on Origin and Steam.
Still, though, I mean, they lost Pinnacle Station. There will be some amount of changes to it, whether those are good or bad, up to you guys. There will not be multiplayer. So, like for Mass Effect 3, now I heavily enjoyed Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. I thought it was great. It was a four-player co-op where you would fight PvE style against some selected group of enemies, whether it was Geth, Cerberus, Reaper forces, and then there would be some objectives as well with that you would go and do. So I personally would say probably if you've never played Mass Effect, probably I would say grab it. Just because among other things, it does include all the DLC, and since the DLC
and you're getting it for $60 versus getting separate games individually and the DLC.
Although you don't get Pinnacle Station, you would be getting all the other DLC. Yeah. Which, considering also too, all the other DLC never, ever, ever, ever goes on sale.
What? Pinnacle Station?
No, pretty much any of the other DLCs. So whether it's the Citadel DLC with the party there, whether it's the some of the add-on pack DLCs for Mass Effect 2, none of those ever go on sale from the sticker price. Meaning you would still be paying like what 100, 200, whatever fucking amount bucks for that DLC if you still wanted it. For if you bought the OG game. So just seems a little much for me.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, they're at least here you got YouTubers and some sites are blowing this massively out of proportion. I mean, she does got a good proportion butt, but that's relevant. So let me clarify this real quick. They are not changing her body. They are not touching her romance scene at all. They are adjusting the camera angles when she's having a serious talk about her sister's life during that one dialogue section. All right, but I mean, they are, again, no Pinnacle Station, and they are, the graphic, like we did show off that trailer and that comparison video where they show off the original versus the remaster graphics wise, and in some cases it's better, but it does feel a lot like the Crysis remaster that they did recently. We covered it last year, where the original one looked better, just straight out.
Yep.
But anyway, speaking on the topic of BioWare still, and I'm on the wrong window here, hold on. So on the topic of BioWare, we do have Electronic Arts to decide the fate of Anthem game this week by Jason Schreier of Bloomberg, formerly of Kotaku. He was the one that did the expose revealing the behind-the-scenes fiasco that was Anthem, as well as the behind-the-scenes fiasco that is Cyberpunk, which we'll be getting into right after this. Electronic Arts Incorporated will hold a meeting this week to determine whether it will continue trying to create a new version of the failed online game Anthem, according to three people familiar with the matter. Anthem, a multiplayer game by the EA-owned developer BioWare, launched in February 2019 to poor reviews, In the following months, BioWare put together a small team to overhaul the game. Executive producer Christian Daly wrote 3 blog posts last year outlining some of the big changes planned, but in December, Daly left the Anthem team as part of a BioWare management shakeup, leaving the project's fate in question. Also, they had a roadmap that they just did not keep to, and it was just completely irrelevant and a load of garbage. And they had several updates and stuff planned that were they never delivered on or never even acted on. And I actually played the demo they had on Super Bowl Sunday of February 2019. So I think a week before the game came out. And it turns out that was just the full game, except missing 5 missions.
Yep.
It was not. I mean, I had fun for 3 hours. And then I started playing Halo because I got bored.
Sure.
Had a lot more fun playing Halo 3 online. This week, EA executives will review the latest version of Anthem Next, which was Anthem 2.0, whatever. It was going to be that revamped Anthem, or that new version of Anthem that was kind of everyone was talking about it for a little bit, where it's it's going to be an Anthem 2, or it's going to be an Anthem Next type thing, where it's going to be where you might have to buy the game again. No one was sure, and no one really cared. And decide whether to expand the team or abandon the project, said the people who asked not to be named discussing private information. Understandable. The Anthem Next team includes about 30 people, BioWare said last year. People familiar with the project said it will need to expand to at least triple that in order to produce new content and continue attempting to overhaul the game. EA has not yet indicated whether it's willing to commit that kind of budget to revive a maligned game. A spokesperson for EA said the company doesn't comment on rumor and speculation. Something tells me this ain't rumor and speculation, though. Anthem Next includes major changes to the game's core systems and user interface, the people said. It's not clear if or when these changes will be implemented in the version that's currently available to players. In the video game industry, second chances aren't unheard of. Games like No Man's Sky and Final Fantasy XIV turned around rocky launches with consistent updates and patches. CD Projekt Essays recently released role-playing game Cyberpunk 2077 is hoping to follow a similar redemption story. But here's my thing. It's not about... When it comes to games, it's not about the patches and how you fix it. It's about the release. I still don't... I mean, look, Cyberpunk, you've played it, right? The newer version of Cyberpunk?
Oh, yeah.
No Man's Sky, sorry.
Yeah.
Because we both played Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
And you said it was good, but here's the thing. They're still charging $60 fucking for that game. It came out in 2016, July 2016. And...
Yep.
Here's the thing. It was originally... Remember, it was an indie game originally priced for $20. Then Sony bought it, or became the publisher or whatever, and then they raised it to $60, even though it was still... the same exact game, but now it's going to be published by a AAA publisher, so the price has to go up.
So that changes everything.
Exactly. I think I remember that game just fucking completely completely ingenuinely advertised the game.
Oh yeah, it was the poster child for false advertising.
Yeah, and actually we'll talk about that a little later because I have this good story regarding that. And then we had what was it? They were talking about Anthem. So Anthem, it came out, right? It was horrible. Loading times. I swear, they make when you have the loading glitch, the infinite loading glitch in Star Citizen, it's shorter than loading times in Anthem. When I say Star Citizen, at the time Anthem came out in February 2019, when Star Citizen at that time ran better and more stable than Anthem.
Oh yeah.
I'm not exaggerating or anything. I'm being fully serious, dead serious, and accurate. That is the truth.
What I found
I know because I played both games.
With Anthem is that when it was made, EA, according to reports from people in the company, EA took the dev team that had made Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, and they took that team after Mass Effect 3 was done, and instead of putting them on Mass Effect Andromeda, which was
Right,
the
they
next
put them on
Mass Effect
Anthem,
game,
and that was the excuse they made for Mass Effect
Yeah.
Andromeda being bad. They're like, oh, because the
they're
real
like,
team
oh,
is
well,
working on an
Anthem will make
Anthem.
up for it.
And then we get
then
Anthem, and it's
see-
like, why didn't you just have them work on Mass Effect and just scrap this thing? Because remember, the original name for Anthem was supposed to be Beyond, but they couldn't get the copyright or whatever rights for it, so they just named it Anthem instead, with no idea of what Anthem was going to be. At least Beyond makes sense because the original story was going to be like it was going to be Beyond the Wall, which, you know, because there's like a whole city, whatever, and there's a giant wall that separates it from the wild,
Shit,
the world.
should have just called it Beyond the Wall.
Exactly, and but I guess they couldn't. And remember the reveal trailer for Anthem, the gameplay, quote unquote, in 2017 was fully CG and made up bullshit. Because that was the first time the devs of the game saw the game as well as us. Like, oh, now I guess we know what game we're making now. So yeah, that's how fucked up this game was. So the fact that there's still even people talking about it kind of surprises me. But yeah. Alright, so you want to jump into the Cyberpunk thing, or do you want? Let's quickly talk about the whole. What is this? Or there we are.
Now, when did Anthem come out? Was it 2018?
19.
19? So this game is only essentially 2
February
years
2019. I don't remember the exact date. I just remember that it was February 2019.
So this game is essentially 2 years old. So that's still pretty relevant in terms of games.
Yep.
And they're talking about just killing it off at this point.
Yep.
Like, fucking hell. Like
I mean, look, they killed off last year. They killed off Battlefield 5. That was 2 years old.
Oh yeah.
That came out in
It's like,
2018. Battlefield 5 came out in November.
I get with these companies. For anyone from any of these big companies who might be listening to this, yeah, I get it. We're some fucking indie podcast group, yeah. But it's somehow, if someone from any big company, especially making games, stumbles upon this somehow, if you're making a product, look, I get it. You know, you cut some corners, you throw your product out there, you get that initial flush of cash, and then you just move on to the next product, and you just keep on doing this until, you know, eventually you move on to another company and run it into the ground too. I get it. But if you actually want to go and stick with the company, and you actually want to make it halfway decent and not just, you know, a piece of shit, make a decent product. That's literally it. We're not asking for, you know, all, you know, next gen everything here. It's like, look, you know, graphics, sure. Every game got graphics. Look at fucking Minecraft.
I was gonna say, look, my standards for graphics are pretty much, if it's worse than Battlefront 2 from 2005, in this day and age, that's still pretty bad. But if as long as it's at that level, that's good that's fine for me.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Look at most MMOs that people play. I mean, fuck, Warcraft's still ongoing. When did that come out? 2002.
I think so.
And most other MMOs have not improved their graphics since. So it's like, you know, graphics or whatever.
Thing. Thank you, Robert, for pointing this out. First off, he says, if Dragon Age and new Mass Effect bomb, I can see EA dissolving BioWare. I honestly thought they would dissolve BioWare after Anthem. I think they did.
Oh yeah.
And he also says, if Anthem just copied Destiny or Diablo 3's loot system, it wouldn't be as bad as it was. It still would have, because again, the load times and crashes and the fact
other
that
issues,
it bricked it bricked a few consoles, if I remember correctly. I mean, this thing was like death to a console, PS4 specifically. And as for the loot thing, yeah, so pretty much the guns you'd get in Anthem, like the loot, you never really got armor and colors and all sorts of customization. Anything related to customizing your whatever the armor, your Jaeger or whatever the fuck it's called, that was tied to their in-game monetization system. Like, they had a little fucking in-game monetize, like a store, a guy you went to pay real money, like in-game, to pay real money for cosmetics and loot. And the guns that you looted from enemies, they were all the same exact looking gun with different paint jobs. Hardly at times. They were just like, okay, this one's epic, this one's legendary, this one's common, you know, that's it. and you wouldn't even get the legendary ones a lot because the loot system was broken. And whenever the game glitched, it actually gave players good loot, and then they would patch the game so that the good loot thing, the glitch would be gone, and you wouldn't get good loot anymore. And players hated that because, like, dude, you literally had the game working fine. Now you just broke it again. So that game was just a living hell of a game for anyone playing it, anyone developing it. And that, yeah, if anyone's listening, like if you're in the games industry, you know, whether you're working for even like a small time or indie or something, look, make something like I'm going to use this as an example, at least in terms of RPG, because we were talking about Mass Effect, and I'm about to talk about Cyberpunk in a bit. The Outer Worlds, I would say, is probably the best AA game we've gotten in a long time. And I would say it's AAA in quality, but it is a AA game. Like, use that as your basis.
I mean,
that, and that's again, that's a game, like, it doesn't break any boundaries or anything, but it's still a really good,
the way it plays, the stories it's telling,
the world,
all that
the
stuff.
characters.
It's
I
a
think,
good
are definitely
game.
a strong point. And yeah, that's just it's a fun game. Yeah, you know, there's a reputation. It's an RPG. It's a hardcore RPG to its core, and the graphics are solid. You know, the graphics actually kind of remind me of the dialogue segments.
It is a good game. I would not call it a great game, but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah. And look,
but I would say the fact that it was
Vegas.
so well received is just because for how many years have we been just getting shit?
Exactly. And here's
just
the
utter
thing.
Shit.
It is a good game, especially, but again, it's a AA game, not a AAA game, and it shows because it's not, unlike New Vegas, it's not breaking any new grounds, and this is kind of like a new universe just getting its bearings. New Vegas in space, kind of, except without the kind of, Robert, except without the whole... The story is not... I'd say New Vegas has a better story. But you could... I'm not saying you'd win or lose. I'm just saying you could make the argument that Outer Worlds has better characters than New Vegas. Because the characters are very interesting. It pretty much... It's like Fallout meets Firefly. It's pretty much the best way to describe...
I would say the characters in Outer Worlds were definitely well written, and I would say probably on par with like what New Vegas had. But I would say that New Vegas's world space and how expansive it is,
right,
and how different factions react to you.
Yep.
I would say that kind of gives it the edge there.
True, and again, there's a lot of. I think comparing them is very different because again, you're comparing essentially a AAA to a AAA game with that budget behind it to a AA game, which didn't really have that budget until after it was finished when Microsoft bought Obsidian and published it. But again, yeah, it was a good, like, that's pretty much an indie game because that was when Obsidian was on their own. Like, yeah, they're Obsidian. They're the other guys that made Fallout and made Fallout New Vegas, but they weren't working for anyone. They didn't have the staff they had back in the day. You know, it's not the same. It's not really the same thing, you know. But anyway, so moving on, we have this article here from Ori and the Will of the Wisp, as well as the Ori and the Blind Forest. Director criticizes developers for overhyping games with lies and deception. Update: Thomas Mailher apologized for his Reset-era posts, saying he did not choose the right tone or platform to express his thoughts. So, the original story is that Moon Studios' CEO and Ori game director Thomas Mailher called out other studios for misrepresenting their games ahead of launch. And he did this on Reset-era, and here is the original post. This is something that's been bothering me for a while, and I get kind of riled up every time I see it unfold, and every time it keeps happening, people keep falling for it. It all started with Molyneux. He was the master of, instead of telling you what my product is, let me just go wild with what I think it could be and get you all excited. And that was fine until you actually put your money down, and then the game was nothing like what Peter Molyneux was hyping it up to be. He pulled this shit for a good decade or more, with journalists and gamers loving listening to Uncle Peter and the amazing things he's doing for the industry. It took him to release some pretty damn shoddy games for press and gamers to finally not to listen to the lies anymore. Then came Sean Murray, who, Hello Games, No Man's Sky, who apparently learned straight from the Peter Molyneux handbook. This guy apparently just loved the spotlight. Even days before No Man's Sky released, he hyped up the multiplayer that didn't even exist, and was all too happy to let people think that No Man's Sky was Minecraft in space. Which is actually kind of an accurate...
now.
Well, I would say, yeah. I mean... That is the best way to describe it. Even now, I mean, like, it's just Minecraft in space. It's anyway, fully procedural and all that. Where you can literally do everything, you being able to do everything, in generally a common theme behind the gaming snake oil salesman, because hey, that sort of attracts everybody. Obviously. There was massive backlash when No Man's Sky finally released, and the product being nothing like what Sean Murray hyped it up to be in July of 2016. I think July 16th of 2016, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong on that date, but I just remember it was early July. But what happened then? They released a bunch of patches like No Man's Sky Next, and No Man's Sky Beyond, and all that, and now the game's actually playable. They released a bunch of patches and updates, so let's forget about the initial lies and deception, and hey, let's actually shower him with awards again, because he finally kinda sorta delivered on what he said the game would be years earlier. Thanks, Jeff Keighley. Rewarding that kind of behavior will surely help the industry grow stronger. And then came Cyberpunk, made by the guys that made Witcher 3. So this shit had to be good. Here's our Cyberpunk universe, and trust us, you can do fucking everything. Here, the entire CDPR PR department took all the cues from what worked with Molyneux and Murray, and just went completely apeshit with it. Gamers were about to believe that this is sci-fi GTA in first person. What's not to love? Really, I never got that. They went on their way to say that it wasn't. A lot of people. Here's the thing. He's not wrong. Almost everyone thought it was going to be sci-fi GTA, which is honestly kind of closer to what it is than what they advertised it to be, if I'm being honest. But anyway, what's not to love?
I would agree.
Right? Because they were advertising it as a hardcore...
bugs.
No, because they were advertising it as a hardcore RPG. Yeah, a lot of the trailers kind of showed like action and police and this, that, like things that would make you go, oh, it's a sci-fi GTA. But if you actually followed all the stuff like we did, no, they were marketing it as a hardcore RPG, like this being, like
absolutely.
The tabletop,
and I would say they more or less kept it in that ballpark there. I mean, sure, there were lots of bugs, most of which were just because they were trying to do it on the old consoles there. Yeah. Beyond that, like if you actually look at the bugs that hit the new gen the new gen consoles and PC. The biggest bug that I really heard of was that there was like one with the save file, which they did fix.
Yeah,
it did not retroactively fix it, but it did fix it moving forward.
That was a PC bug, by the way.
So that was a PC bug. And then there was also one where it's like if you were using some mod files, because of course modding immediately ran with the game and started doing stuff with it. There was one where there was like a remote exploit or something.
Yeah,
and then
we'll cover that when we cover the Cyberpunk 2077 expose that I have for later.
But like beyond that stuff, it's pretty much what they promised.
Yeah, and every video released by CDPR was carefully crafted to create a picture in players' minds that was just insanely compelling. They stopped just short of outright saying that this thing would cure cancer. This strategy resulted in a sensational 8 million pre-orders. What happened then was this. Video.
That I love the work that CD Projekt Red has done in the past. I know I haven't talked about them much on this channel, but I also haven't
48.
talked
Yeah, I'm not watching that. But okay,
nah.
fine.
The
product was a fraction of what the developer hyped it up to be, and on top of that, it barely even ran on consoles that it was supposed to run surprisingly well on. Yeah, they did falsely advertise on that.
That I'll agree with. Absolutely.
And no, he isn't wrong that it is only a fraction of what they hyped it up to be, because there are, we'll do this maybe next week, or maybe we'll do it later. We'll rewatch some of the 2018 game demo and kind of give our thoughts on what they said would be in the game then that isn't in the game now, because we both played it. I'd argue that all three of those are clear examples of you folks all being made fools of. And even the journalists in this industry happily played along each and every single time. And let me also say, from the perspective of a developer, all of this just sucks. Back in 2014, I remember some journalists from some big publication telling us that Ori almost got the cover article of some magazine I read frequently, but ultimately they had it to pick No Man's Sky because it was the bigger game. I kind of agreed back then, thinking to myself, okay, I get it. They have to promote the bigger game. They obviously have to go for the clicks. Sucks, but that's how the game is played. But then I really felt bamboozled once No Man's Sky came out, and it became clear that all this hype was really bullshit, just built on lies. And the honest guy who just showed his actual product really got kicked in the balls because the lying guy was able to make up some tall tales that held absolutely no substance. And I gotta say, I agree with this guy a lot. Like, on a lot of these things. I mean, the Cyberpunk thing is kind of iffy, but he is absolutely correct with the other two. I like this guy already. I know this whole thread might come off as me sounding bitter, and I'm sure there will be some people that see this as me shitting on other devs. No, I'm not. I'm not shitting on liars. I'm shitting on liars and people that are okay with openly deceiving others. I'd argue that we should all agree that this shit is not okay. If I go and buy a car and the car salesman sells me a car that supposedly has 300 horsepower, but on the drive home after the purchase, I noticed that he switched out the motor when I wasn't looking, I'd be rightfully pissed off because I was deceived. And yet gamers and journalists don't really seem to mind all that much. I mean, I guess. And here's another thing, he's saying gamers and journalists is it's everyone, when that's not true. I mean, we weren't fooled. At least with Cyberpunk, we were keeping an open mind, but we didn't expect it to be this bad. But I mean, we weren't surprised at the same time.
Well, I mean, also too, it's like, countless games have had rough launches, so it's like that. Okay, whatever, shit happens. That being said, too, when games are disastrously bad, like look at, for example, Anthem.
Fallout, or
like,
Anthem,
hey,
Fallout 76,
this
Battlefield
game,
5.
Yeah, Fallout 76. It's like, hey,
2.
Yeah. But it's like, hey, this game is really terrible. And you get told, oh, well, you've bought it, for instance, Steam. Well, hey, you had it for more than 2 hours. What are you complaining about? You got what you paid for. What? So it's like, sometimes it's like there really isn't any
by the way,
avenue.
Fallout 76, Battlefield, both EA's Battlefield 5 and Battlefront 2, Anthem, you and I, both kind of saw that coming, that they were going to be shit.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, hell, I hated Battlefront 1 because I didn't see it was going to be horrible. Well, I played the beta and everything up to that point. Like, it wasn't great, but it was like, it didn't indicate that it was going to be a shit game.
Yeah.
And it was the first EA Star Wars game, and I'm like, okay. And then I got it, and I'm like, I'm not buying the sequel. I just don't care.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, and I never bought an EA game after that, actually.
No.
And that was also the first EA game I bought in decades, anyways. But anyway, I remember the reason I didn't buy the thing that cemented my not purchasing Battlefront 2 was I saw a early access gameplay, which is pretty much it released but not for everyone type thing. Let's be honest, it was the full game. And someone walked. They were playing on Camino, and there was a landed Republic gunship on a landing pad there, and they just walked through it. And I'm like, okay, I'm not purchasing it, because in a classic game, you could enter that vehicle, gather your buddies, and go fly around and kill the enemy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is weaker than a game that came out 12 years prior to the reboot. It's like, fuck that. But anyway, that's just on my tangent. And yet gamers and journalists don't really seem to mind that all that much. Yeah, the backlash is coming, but usually you see a ton of people then arguing that they like the game that came out of it anyway. That is so not the point. It doesn't matter if the snake oil actually tastes fine. Don't sell me on features that don't exist. Don't paint a picture that you will not be able to deliver. Don't fucking lie to me. You're fucking over gamers, and you're fucking over journalists that should know better, so shame on you. And you're fucking over the other developers. There, I said my piece. It felt like a chip I needed to get off my shoulder, and I think this is a wrong that we should set right so that this won't happen anymore. And I agree with that.
Yeah, no, I do agree.
And back to the gamingindustry.biz article here, in the long reset post where he talks about all of this. I'm just gonna skip all of this part because we read the full thing. He continued, blah blah blah. So don't pick a picture, shame on you. Okay, so there. No Man's Sky was highly criticized at launch in 2016 for not delivering on what the game was promised to be. It prompted an investigation by the Advertising Standards Authority, who ruled that its marketing materials did not mislead consumers. Two things. One, customers, not consumers. You are a customer. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Two, they did mislead. That is just a load of shit. You guys suck at your investigations. Because it was. I don't care if the patches came out after and fixed it. At the time it came out, that is misleading marketing.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Similar backlash happened around the release of Cyberpunk 2077, which didn't run properly on consoles and contained game-breaking bugs at launch for both consoles and PC, I might add. I've had 2 crashes, albeit on PC, I've only had 2 crashes in like 320 play hours. But CD
Lost count, something like that. Yes. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, that, yeah. Yeah. Like, oh, that's the whole organization. Hmm. Yeah. Are they sarcastic? Are they enthusiastic?
You know, tone matters. And Robert saying no audio. You really? Wonder if we got like pulled or something.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm on push to talk, and I'm making sure I'm pressing the button every time I talk, so I know that.
I can hear you. You can hear me.
Yeah. Maybe I just need to get closer to the mic. I don't know. But yeah, that whole. But yeah, I do agree that he should be apologizing for his tone, but not for what he said. That's just me.
I just checked the video on the YouTube side. I heard you and me. So
Okay, so maybe it was just like it was a weird thing where we just weren't talking for a bit. I'm a game developer, and represent Moon Studios the way I should have. I'm a game developer. I love what I'm doing, and I enjoy nothing more than to make games that surprise people, that put a smile on their faces, or that even make them cry. Yeah. But I'm also a passionate gamer myself. I always enjoyed sharing my love for games on public forums, and continue to be very outspoken even after Moon Studios and the Ori series became known entities in the games industry. I always really liked the idea of gamers and developers alike having an open discourse about games, so that we could all figure out together how to improve the art form. Yesterday, I used an overly aggressive tone that wasn't really suited for someone in my position. My intention was definitely not to hurt anybody, but to offer up a discussion starter on current issues in the industry is facing. We all share a common love for this art form, and we should always remain respectful with each other, and I wasn't yesterday. And for that, I really am sorry, especially to those I mentioned by name. I promise that I'll learn from this mistake and wish no hard feelings towards anybody. Again, understandable. Again, he apologized for the tone, and from his position, he's the head of a games industry. He made 2 games, right? Ori, Will of the Wisps, and Ori and the Blind Forest, I think. Which the composer for the latter is working on Halo Infinite.
Mm-hmm.
And understandable, apologize for your tone, but not for what you said, because what you said is accurate.
Yeah.
Think it's fair, and then you have a comment here. Think it's fair to comment he received a massive backlash from 99% of those who replied in that thread. Also, the history of speaking ill of Sean Murray over the number of years that came to light was eye-opening. It was a credibility-wrecking hit piece with flavors of gamers rise up rhetoric disguised. I guess it's disguised. It's inaccurately spelled, as doing his fellow users a favor, not a good look. Uh-oh. This is interesting.
No, I mean, and I do agree with a lot of what he was saying. I mean, we've seen countless times.
Yeah, I agree 100%
Here's
of what
the
he said.
videos being put out by EA or Ubisoft on the latest AAA game, and then you go to play it and you're like, hey, this is not at all like what was advertised. What the fuck?
No, it really... Again, I agree 100%. Like, the Cyberpunk stuff wasn't... I agree, sort of. But aside from that, I agree 100% with what he said. And then I'm just going to read this because this was right here and it came out yesterday. Because Bad Robot... You know what? We'll talk about this when we go post-game stuff. Because Bad Robot, that's J.J. Abrams and the movies and everything, so we'll talk about that later. For now, we will move on to our Cyberpunk expose. So we will talk about... let's first start off with the expose done by what's face Jason whatever, the guy from Bloomberg.
Mhm.
Jason Schreier, that's his name. Yeah, so here we got Inside Cyberpunk 2077's disastrous rollout. Developers, god damn it.
Problem.
The Bloomberg thing wants me to pay them.
Shit, fuck, noob.
Alright, so I'm just going to read it this way, which will be fine. And you guys can see it too, so that works. Okay, so inside Cyberpunk 2077's disastrous rollout, developers say they knew the game wasn't ready to be released publicly. So CD Projekt SA Chief Executive Officer Marcin Iwinski made a public mea culpa this week about the disastrous rollout of the video game Cyberpunk 2077 in December. He took personal responsibility and asked fans not to blame the team. Understandably inaccurate. In a somber 5-minute video address, and the accompanying blog post, Iwinski acknowledged the game did not meet the quality standard we wanted to meet, and I and the entire leadership team are deeply sorry for this. Marcin Iwinski, so this is the guy. Iwinski's apology, the second within a month, was an attempt to restore the Polish company's reputation with scores of fans and investors who had waited 8 years for the game only to discover it was riddled with bugs and performance issues when it was finally released. Uproar over the botched debut caused a 30% drop in CD Projekt Red's shares from December 10th through mid-January. Interviews with more than 20 current and former CD Projekt Red staff, most of whom requested anonymity so as to not risk their careers, depict a development process marred by unchecked ambition, poor planning, and technical shortcomings. Employees discussing the game's creation for the first time described a company that focused on marketing at the expense of development, and an unrealistic timeline that pressured some into working extensive overtime long before the final push. CD Projekt Red declined to comment on the process or provide interviews for the story. And I'm going to see if... Oh, awesome. Okay, I can make this bigger so that you guys can actually read this. And am I still actually talking here? Yes, I am. Excellent. Oops. Alright, I'm just going to turn the... I have push talk and turning on voice activity for reading the article.
Well, one thing I don't get with some of this game dev stuff is, like I said, we've seen time and time again here where it's like, hey, we're working on this great product or that great product, whatever, and it's like the internal QA teams are going, hey, this product is not ready, we're not at a good point here to release this product, and yeah, what does the company go ahead and do? They release it anyway.
Yep, it's exactly what Thomas Mailer was saying before. It's that we're seeing this again and again and again. We were just talking about this with Anthem, you know.
Yeah.
It was probably the same with Fallout 76, or not Fallout 76, but I would say EA's Battlefield 5, just because that game had problems from the reveal. Remember, that was the game with the female amputee British commando in World War II.
It's not.
By the way, none of which makes sense ever.
No. Facts have nothing to do with...
I did hear that at least within the U.S. Army, I believe, you know, amputees can still serve in a limited combat capacity, but that's today, not then.
Yeah, that's with modern prosthetics, because with
not even without prosthetics, from what I've heard. Like, and again, it's depending on what limb you're missing.
Oh, sure.
You know, because
but even so, it would also depend greatly on what your
arm or both your arms. You're not doing anything.
Oh yeah, it's like if you're infantry and you lose an arm, It's like even if you get a
you can
prosthetic,
still hold a gun with one arm. So that's what I mean. Like you can still serve in that capacity.
Well,
if you lost a
might
leg,
not still be able to serve in an infantry
I don't know.
role. You might still
I
serve
still
in
need
the
to do
army.
research. I still need to do research. But regardless, back then, no one was serving if you lost a leg.
No,
And
absolutely.
the prosthetic she
and-
was holding, or using rather, is something from 1994.
Yeah, so it's like
I know
it's
the model.
It
It was the wire.
Like,
It was the wire
why
operated
is this a
hook arm.
prosthetic that did not exist with someone who would not have been serving in the role you're purporting they are serving in?
And before anyone says,
none of it makes sense.
And just for a minute, before anyone says, oh, but women did serve in World War II. Yeah, in Russia, not the American.
Yeah, they were
American
mainly
and British
serving
soldiers
as-
were not women. None. At least at the
Yeah,
time.
they were mainly serving as snipers.
You had
as,
women serving as snipers
fighters.
in the Russian army, but the only time you really had women soldiers was the resistance fighters. I know
Yes.
for a fact, like Denmark resistance was, you had women fighters. French resistance had women fighters.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, getting off topic here, back to the expose here. Interviews with more than 20. Oh wait, we read this. The Polish company. Yeah, okay, so CD Projekt Red declines to comment on the process or provide interviews for the story. The Polish company will spend the next few months working on fixes to Cyberpunk 2077 instead of planning expansions to the game or getting started on the next installment of its other popular franchise, The Witcher. The first new update, which I think we showed this off like briefly in a previous episode, they're going to be making a Witcher 4. They're also making a Cyberpunk multiplayer game, which is a separate game, but that really, I don't think they even started on that just because they were going to start after this game came out. But now the bug.
Well, I mean, I thought they had started.
They may have started,
but
started development or started concepting, like
You know,
pre-production.
like started development.
No,
Because bearing in mind that it will share a lot of the same engine and assets. And
oh,
that
it
kind of
would.
stuff
Yeah,
as
it would be set in the
the
same
main
universe
game.
and everything.
So it's like you will need a bit, comparatively speaking, you
And
need
supposedly
a
you'd
bit
be
of
able to
code.
carry over your inventory and stuff to the multiplayer. Anyway, back to the expose here. Planning expansions to the game or getting started on the next installment of its other popular franchise, The Witcher. The first new update will be released toward the end of January and the second in the weeks after, Lewinsky said. So at this time, we've already had said update, patch 1.1. We've also had patch 1. Actually, I can show real quick to the Cyberpunk Discord server. Yeah, this is our Discord. You're seeing it. I don't care. So here, this was the patch that they're talking about, the 1.1 patch. And then they had multiple patches since then. And you can see that here for yourself. So back to this, though. This wasn't how the development team envisioned starting 2021. Now, instead of celebrating a successful release, they will aim to turn Cyberpunk 2077 into a redemption story. It will be an uphill battle, unlike competitors such as Electronic Arts and Ubisoft and all the others, Activision. CD Projekt only releases one major game every few years, so the company was relying on Cyberpunk 2077 to be a significant hit. Actually, they've only released like 3 major games, not including the earlier Witcher titles. We got The Witcher, Gwent, Cyberpunk, and actually there's a 4th, wasn't there? Like Forest or something, or not The Forest, but like it was like Forest something or something like that. I don't remember what. We'll cover it when we get to the hack, because it was in the hack that they got. Cyberpunk got hacked, or CD Projekt Red got hacked, whatever. Cyberpunk 2077, a role-playing game set in a sci-fi dystopia, had a lot going for it. Warsaw-based CD Projekt already was well known for an earlier blockbuster title, The Witcher 3, and Cyberpunk benefited from a massive ad blitz and a leading role from actor Keanu Reeves. Thanks to pre-launch hype, the game sold 13 million copies at $60 a piece in the first 10 days after its release. CD Projekt Red was, for a while, the most valuable company in Poland. And you have Keanu Reeves promoting Cyberpunk from E3 2019 with the whole reveal of him in the game and "you're breathtaking" and all that. Early reviews are generally good, but once players got the game in their hands, they realized it had problems on PCs and was almost unplayable on consoles. And just to briefly say, well, have you guys played on console? Cam and I haven't, but Poger has. So remember, there's like 6 of us here at Cast the Shadows now, and Poger, my best friend in real life, he has played it on the PS4. And let me put it this way: first week he had 36 crashes, and he beat the game within like 20 days, so that he can return it before he was unable to return it. Like he played the game, he beat it, and returned it.
Yeah, definitely on the old consoles. Honestly, in my opinion, they should just have not released.
Agreed. They should have.
The old console. It should have just been.
In my opinion, they should have delayed the game for 3 years and then released it as a full next-gen title.
At least for another year.
Fair, but I'm just saying 3 years because this way they can actually have more. Okay, now it's like you get more time with the new next-gen stuff and everything. But anyway, and plus maybe they could have released it with some of the DLC that feel like it was supposed to be in the base game. Like the Atlantis stuff, like the underwater stuff, because there's like Atlantis underwater stuff.
Wasn't there supposed to be a fucking moon base too, or something?
That too.
I thought we were gonna see that.
Because you literally have things where it's like you have a consumable that gives you like a half an hour of oxygen for underwater.
Yeah.
But
they showed off
to do underwater.
They showed off a underwater mission of some kind.
They did.
In the trailer stuff.
Yeah, I mean we do have that mission with Judy, the Pyramid Song mission where you get to sleep with her, but that you're wearing, diving gear, you have an oxygen tank, you don't have to worry about that stuff there.
Yeah.
That's mostly scripted. There's no real dialogue until after you're out of the water, and you have optional dialogue, but it doesn't really matter. Only problem with PCs and unplayable on consoles. It performed so poorly that Sony removed the game from the PlayStation Store and offered refunds. Actually, they initially didn't offer refunds, and Cyberpunk says, no, we are offering refunds, so then they had to offer refunds. An unprecedented move, while Microsoft slapped a label warning customers that they may experience performance issues on Xbox One until the game is updated. And they also offered refunds. CD Projekt Red is facing an investor lawsuit on claims they were misled.
Which is really, it's honestly for me, like on the investor side, like no, you're just pissed that the game didn't make you as much money as you wanted, and you're crying about it. Fuck off.
In his message, Owinski concedes that the company underestimated the task. He said that, which is bull, and we'll get to that. He said that because the game's city was so packed and the disk bandwidth of old-gen consoles is what it is, it constantly challenged us. While the company extensively tested before the game's release, Owinski said it didn't show many of the issues players experienced. Developers who worked on the game argued otherwise, saying that many common problems were discovered. The staff just didn't have the time to fix them. Cyberpunk 2077 was an ambitious project by any standard. CD Projekt's previous success, The Witcher, was set in a medieval fantasy world full of swords and spells, but everything in Cyberpunk was a departure from that framework. Cyberpunk was sci-fi rather than fantasy. Instead of a third-person camera in which the player's character appeared on screen, Cyberpunk used a first-person view, making Cyberpunk would require CD Projekt to invest in new technology, new staff, and new techniques they hadn't explored before. Another indication of how CD Projekt Red stretched things too far was that it tried to develop the game engine technology behind Cyberpunk 2077, most of which was brand new, simultaneously with the game, which slowed down production. One member of the team compared the process to trying to drive a train while the tracks are being laid in front of you at the same time, so he must have seen Wallace and Gromit. It might have gone more smoothly if the track layers had a few months head start. And for anyone who doesn't get the reference, there's a Wallace and Gromit clip where you have Gromit on a little model train that's going at like 300 miles an hour, and he's like laying track super fast ahead of it as it's going. Adrian Jakubiak, a former audio programmer for CD Projekt Red, said one of his colleagues asked during a meeting how the company thought it would be able to pull off a technically more challenging project in the same time frame as The Witcher. Someone answered, "We'll figure it out along the way," he said. That's never a good sign. For years, CD Projekt had thrived on that mentality, but this time the company wasn't able to pull it off. I knew it wasn't going to go well, said Jakubiak. I just didn't know how disastrous it would be. Part of the fans' disappointment is proportional to the amount of time they spent waiting for the game, although Cyberpunk was announced in 2013, not 12. So there's an error there. Because remember the reveal trailer of 2013 with the with the Bullet song and the third-party trailer that showed off Max Tech, Cyber Psycho Squad taking on Melissa Worry, who's actually a character in the game. The company was then still mainly focused on its last title, and full development didn't start until late 2016. Employees said that was when. But I mean, they probably say 2012 because that's when they started working on the game and all that.
Yeah,
you know, like that was like the concepting phase and everything. So anyway, CD Projekt essentially hit the reset button. That's when CD Projekt Red essentially hit the reset button, according to people familiar with the project, which makes sense based on the stuff we would hear about the game in 2016 and prior to post 2016. Because remember, we were going to hear about like you'd be able to go into cyberspace like whenever you want, almost like Tron and stuff like that. I remember that was being a thing. Studio head Adam Badowski took over as director, demanding overhauls to Cyberpunk's gameplay and story. For the next year, everything was changing, including fundamental elements like the gameplay perspective. Top staff who had worked on The Witcher 3 had strong opinions on how Cyberpunk should be made, which clashed with Badowski and led to his eventual departure of several top developers. That's not good. Much of CD Projekt's focus, according to several people who worked on Cyberpunk 2077, was on impressing the outside world. A slice of gameplay was showcased at E3, and when? The industry's main trade event in 2018. That's not accurate. We didn't see... I mean, okay, here's the thing. If they showed gameplay 2018, it was behind closed doors, because we all know that the only Cyberpunk stuff that came out in 2018 was that cinematic trailer with the song Spoiler, with Hyper or whatever, the band Hyper something. Yeah, but the song Spoiler with the... like it started off with the subway sequence, and you have Cyberpunk, Night City, voted the worst country city in America, and you have the that was the only thing we saw in 2018. And then we had gameplay in Gamescom 2018, so they could be mistaking it for that. It showed the main character embarking on a mission, giving players a grand tour of the seedy, crime-ridden Night City. So they could be referencing the Gamescom demo in 2018.
Yeah, I think they are.
Fans and journalists were wowed by Cyberpunk 2077's ambition and scale. What they didn't know was that the demo was almost entirely fake. CD Projekt hadn't yet finalized the code underlying... CD Projekt Red hadn't yet finalized the coded the underlying gameplay systems, which is why so many features, such as car ambushes, were missing from the final product. Developers said they felt like the demo was a waste of months that should have gone toward making the game. Employees were working long hours, even though Iwinski told the staff that overtime wouldn't be mandatory on Cyberpunk 2077. More than a dozen workers said they felt pressured to put in extra hours by their managers or co-workers anyway. And to be fair, we already heard about this well before the game came out, that they had mandatory overtime.
Yeah.
So there was mandatory crunch time, and that was a huge thing, and that's not okay. Especially for a game that kept saying it'll be ready when it's ready. Like every trailer said, it'll be ready when it's ready. It'll be ready when it's ready.
Yeah.
And that means
like,
okay, so then no crunch time, right? Like everyone gets to work happily, whatever hour shifts, go home, have fun with the family, then come back to work next day, no problem. We'll get the game in whatever, when it's ready. But anyway, there were times when I would crunch up to 13 hours a day. A little bit over that was my record probably, and I would do 5 days a week working like that, said Jakubiak, the former audio programmer, adding that he quit the company after getting married. I said I have some friends who lost their families because of these sort of shenanigans. The overtime didn't make development of the game any faster. At E3 in June 2019, CD Projekt announced that the game would be out sometime, would come out April 16th of 2020. This is accurate. Fans were elated, but internally, some members of the team could only scratch their heads, wondering how they could possibly finish the game by then. One person said they thought the date was a joke. Based on the team's progress, they expected the game to be ready in 2022. Developers created memes about the game getting delayed, making bets on when it would happen. I wonder who won that pool. Canceling features and scaling down the size of Cyberpunk's metropolis helped, but the team's growth hampered some departments, developers said. While The Witcher 3 was created by roughly 240 in-house staff, according to the company, Cyberpunk's credits show that the game had well over 500 internal developers, but because CD Projekt Red wasn't accustomed to such a size, people who worked on the game said their teams often felt siloed and unorganized. At the same time, CD Projekt remains understaffed. Games like Grand Theft Auto 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 often held up as examples of the quality the company wanted to uphold. Were made by dozens of offices and thousands of people. Yeah, so both of them are 2K, right? 2K games. Thronebreaker. Thank you, Robert. Yes, that was that other game, by the way. Thronebreaker. They really needed some game and content. Some endgame content, yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the story. While The Witcher 3 was created by 200... Alright, we read that. At the same time, CD Projekt remained understaffed in games... Okay, we read that too. So they were holding Red Dead Redemption 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5 as essentially quality examples of quality for the game, for Cyberpunk, even though they were made by dozens of offices and thousands of people, and CD Projekt Red was only 240. Or 500, sorry. 500 for Cyberpunk. There were also cultural barriers brought about by hiring expats from the US and Western Europe. The studio mandated everyone speak English during meetings with non-Polish speakers, but not everyone followed the rules. Even as the timeline looked increasingly unrealistic, management said delaying wasn't an option. Their goal was to release Cyberpunk 2077 before new consoles from Microsoft and Sony, expected in the fall of 2020, were even announced. That way, the company could launch the game on existing PlayStation 4 and Xbox One and PC, then double dip by releasing versions down the road with for the next generation consoles. So pretty much they were like, hey, we can sell it twice on the old consoles and the new consoles. Yep. It was a complete greed move. People who bought the old versions would receive free upgrades when the new versions were available. Some engineers realized that Cyberpunk was too complex of a game to run well on the 7-year-old consoles, with its city full of bustling crowds and hulking buildings. They said management dismissed their concerns, however, citing their success in pulling off The Witcher 3. But by the end of 2019, management finally acknowledged that Cyberpunk needed to be delayed. Last January, the company pushed the game's release to September. In March, as the pandemic began ravaging the globe and forcing people to stay inside, CD Projekt Red staff had to complete the game from their homes. Without access to the office's console development kits, most developers would play builds of the game on their home computers, so it wasn't clear to everyone how Cyberpunk might run on PS4 and Xbox One. External tests, however, showed clear performance issues. Owinski also said that communication issues resulting from teams working at home amid COVID-19 restrictions meant a lot of dynamics we normally take for granted got lost over video calls or emails. The game's debut slipped again to November, and then again to December after that. As the launch date grew closer, everyone at the studio knew the game was in rough shape and needed more time. According to several people familiar with the development, chunks of dialogue were missing. Some actions didn't work properly. When management announced in October that the game had gone gold, that it was ready to be pressed to discs, there were still major bugs being discovered. The game was delayed another 3 weeks as exhausted programmers scrambled to fix as much as they could. And remember, they went gold in October, and then they said that the delay after that was because they had to get it working on previous gen consoles because halfway through development it became a next-gen game, and now they had to kind of like retrofit it to make it work on old-gen consoles. So they knew that it wasn't
Oh,
gonna
absolutely.
work. Yeah. When Cyberpunk 2077 finally launched on December 10th, the backlash was swift and furious. Players shared videos of screens overrun with tiny trees, or players gallivanting around without pants, and compiled lists of features that had been promised but were not in the final product, such as using your mantis blades to scale walls. Many of the glitches and graphical issues can be fixed, developers say, though it's not clear what it will take to regain a spot in the PlayStation Store. Winning back fans may be difficult, but there's precedent in the video game world. Games like No Man's Sky, a space simulator, Final Fantasy XIV, an online role-playing game, and Destiny, a multiplayer shooter, recovered from rocky launches and earned critical acclaim by gradually improving after they released. And the market seems to be hopeful. CD Projekt Red shares rose 6%, the most in 6 weeks after Iwinski's message. And so that is the Bloomberg article discussing the CD Projekt Red behind the scenes. So there's your expose. Now, we were talking about the mod thing real quick, so this is going to be a real quick one, then we'll go into the hack. So this was from 2 weeks ago now. We got a message from CD Projekt Red saying, if you plan to use Cyberpunk 2077 mods and custom saves on PC, use caution. We've been made aware of a vulnerability in external DLL files the game uses, which can be used to execute code on PCs. Issue will be fixed ASAP. For now, please refrain from using files from unknown sources. So, essentially, your entire computer is vulnerable if you use mods. I don't know if they fixed it yet. And then we have a same story from Reddit saying that Cyberpunk 2077 currently has a security vulnerability if you're using mods or download saved games. CDPR has addressed the vulnerability issue in their latest. They addressed the vulnerability issue in their latest 1.12 patch for Cyberpunk. The update should be live on your respective platform of purchase, e.g. GOG, Steam, Epic Game Store, etc. So you all can now enjoy Cyberpunk 2077 and its amazing mods without having to worry about any vulnerabilities. Since the vulnerability has been officially acknowledged and more information has become available, I feel that it's my responsibility to inform everyone, to inform my Choombas on what's going on. The intention of this post was to raise awareness among the player base and not to incite panic. Please understand that due to the sensitive nature of the matter at hand, the old original post was vague in some regards, so I'll try to clarify about what. So they're pretty much talking about just don't panic, but yeah, if you have mods, you probably should panic. And we covered this last week, but Cyberpunk, they did make official modding support tools. So, they got different tools here for, if you're looking to mod Cyberpunk, they have official tools. It's a very light kit at the moment, but yeah. And then we obviously have, and all the mods can be viewed on Nexus. So Nexus mods, they're all there. There's a mod that removes underwear so that you can actually roam the city naked if you wanted to. There's a chrome mod, so you can have like a full chrome body, like Lizzie Wizzy. Better minimap, which would be great for driving because that sucks. Better vehicle handling, which again, the vehicle handling sucks. We got a RSOC appearance updater, which allows you to change hairstyles and facial features mid-game. And you got a bunch of different mods for so many different things. There's even like a Doom shader mod, or it makes it look like 8-bit pixel Doom. But anyway, so that covers the Cyberpunk expose and the mod situation. However, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Here's the original story. CD Projekt Red's internal systems compromised following ransomware attack. The person responsible for the attack claims they stole the source codes for Witcher 3, Cyberpunk 2077, and what was that other game? I have to thank you, Robert, by the way. Thronebreaker, and as Gwent, apparently.
Yes.
So CD Projekt Red was the victim of a ransomware attack, during which an unidentified actor stole data from the studio's internal network. The Cyberpunk 2077 developer disclosed the incident on Twitter, saying that some of its internal systems have been compromised. It also shared the ransom note from the hacker, who claims to have stolen the source codes for Cyberpunk 2077, The Witcher 3, Gwent, and the unreleased version of Witcher 3, which features ray tracing. And here's what the Twitter thing said, which is pretty much just this. So, yesterday we discovered that we have become a victim of a targeted cyber attack, due to which some of our internal systems have been compromised. An unidentified actor gained unauthorized access to our internal network, collected certain data belonging to CD Projekt Capital Group, and left a ransom note, the content of which we released to the public. Although some devices in our network have been encrypted, our backups remain intact. We have already secured our IT infrastructure and began restoring data. We will not give in to the demands nor negotiate with the actor. Being aware that this may eventually lead to the release of the compromised data, we are taking necessary steps to mitigate the consequences of such a release, in particular by approaching any parties that may be affected due to the breach. We are still investigating the incident. However, at this time we can confirm that, to our best knowledge, the compromised systems did not contain any personal data of our players or users of our services. So, GOG guys like Cam and I. We have already approached the relevant authorities, including law enforcement and the president of the Personal Data Protection Office, as well as the IT forensic specialists, and we will closely cooperate with them in order to fully investigate this incident. We also have here, this is the note. You have been epically pawned. We have dumped full copies of the source codes from your Perforce server for Cyberpunk 2077, Witcher 3, Gwent, and the unreleased version of Witcher 3. We have also dumped all of your documents relating to accounting, administration, legal, HR, investor relations, and more. Also, we have encrypted all of your servers, but we understand that you can most likely recover from backups. If we will not come to an agreement, then your source codes will be sold or leaked online, and your documents will be sent to our contacts in gaming journalism. Your public image will go down the shitter even more, and people will see how shitty your company functions. Oh, I guess how shitty your company functions. There's a typo there. Investors will lose trust in your company, and the stock will dive even lower. You have 48 hours to contact us. Yikes. But yeah, so, and then here you have the actual quotes from what we just read. The hacker added that they encrypted CD Projekt Red's servers, but the studio confirmed that its backups remained intact and that it's already secured its IT infrastructure and began restoring the data. The perpetrator of the attack gave CD Projekt Red 48 hours to contact them, but the studio confirmed that it will not give in to the demands nor negotiate with the actor, being aware that this may eventually lead to the release of the compromised data. The company added that it's taking its necessary steps, blah, blah, blah. We already read this. Last year, Ubisoft was the victim of a similar ransomware attack, with a group claiming to have leaked the source code of Watch Dogs Legion. Kill Tecmo and Capcom were also targeted by cyber attacks recently. And yeah, so then you have the next story here. Hackers claim to have sold Cyberpunk 2077 and Witcher 3 source code. A group behind a ransomware attack on Cyberpunk on CD Projekt Red took external offer after attempting to sell for $7 million. The data stolen from Cyberpunk 2077 developer CD Projekt Red has reportedly been sold. Cyber intelligence firm Kila shared an image from the forums where the hackers were auctioning off the source code for several of the studio's games, in which the group claims to have accepted an offer for the compromised data. The post, which we can actually look at here. Distortion auction is closed. Hackers auctioned off stolen source code for the Red engine, which is what The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk run on, and CDPR game releases, and have just announced that a satisfying offer from outside the forum was received with the condition of no further distributing or selling. And here is... Yeah, I can't read that. I no speak Russian. Oh, thank God. Auction closed. An offer was received outside the forum that satisfied us with the conditions of further non-distribution. In this regard, they were forced to withdraw the lot from the sale. Damn, this is really just... It's just escalated, didn't it? The post states that the auction is closed, adding, an offer was received outside the forum that satisfied us with conditions of further non-distribution. In this regard, they were forced to withdraw the lot from the sale. According to an earlier post shared by XV Underground, which collects malware source code, samples, and papers, the hackers claim to be selling full source code for Cyberpunk 2077, Thronebreaker, and The Witcher 3, including an unreleased version featuring ray tracing. The group was asking for a starting bid of $1 million with a minimum offer increase of $500,000 or the option to purchase immediately for $7 million. It is unclear how much money the hackers accepted. Earlier this week, it was revealed CD Projekt Red had been the victim of a ransomware attack, with an unidentified actor claiming to have stolen the source code for the aforementioned games, as well as the internal documents relating to accounting, legal, HR, and more. The hackers have gave the studio 48 hours to contact them before it would auction off data, but CD Projekt Red released a statement asserting that it would not give in or negotiate. The studio emphasized that the personal data of players has not been compromised. It is working with authorities to investigate the attack, and gamingindustry.biz reached out to CDPR for comment, but was directed to the earlier statement. And that being... Oh, the initial thing, okay. And here is that Ubisoft getting the ransomware attack. So 560 gigabytes code for Legion reportedly available online could endanger anti-piracy measures. And I remember this. We actually covered this briefly, I think. You know, we never actually reviewed that game. Not that we really should have. From what I heard, it sucks. But yeah, so there's your that's Cyberpunk in a nutshell, huh? Punk Kitty ransom analyzing Hello Kitty ransomware attacks. Yesterday, company behind the gaming blockbuster Cyberpunk 2077 announced it had been hit by ransomware. Blah blah blah. We already read this. They had fallen victim. And here's again. There's that the note that the devs gave.
Well, it's honestly to me, having a thing like that note and shit, to me honestly it just seems like you got some greedy asshole trying to go and
a successful greedy asshole, but yeah.
well, did they pay him? I thought they said they didn't pay him.
They didn't say how much they got, but they sold it.
So they said that they did give the guy money.
No, CDPR didn't. Because CDPR didn't respond in the 48 hours, so they sold it to a third party.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but we don't know even if they got anything for that or not. They could have.
Yeah.
But we don't know if they did. But that being said, to me it seems like it's just some asshole trying to justify their greed as if they were doing something good. When really they're just being greedy assholes.
Oh wow, here we actually have an image of CD Projekt Red's ransom data has been leaked online. Yeah, so here it is.
Yep.
There you have it. That's the data. I couldn't fit all the links for the sources to the articles in the description this week, so what I might do is I might just make a note, like a little like note file with the Microsoft Note thing, and just put that in the new announcement channel on the Discord server in the community hub, so that people can see all the sources and read through some of these articles themselves. Like holy shit! Like here you have. Like, so this one actually gives more information about the hack itself. yeah, it's look in terms of at least Cyberpunk's behind the scenes, it makes sense like that. It doesn't surprise me that this was another case.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't surprise me.
Leadership wanted to release it now. Developers were saying no. At best, it's going to be released in 2022. But they're like, no, we need to release it now. While it's at the top of the hype train, and we have Keanu Reeves and this, it'll be fine. And it wasn't fine.
It's a classic example of management listening too much to their own fucking PR,
right? And
their yes men, and not actually going, hey, let's listen to
not listening to their
game.
Experts that are actually making the game.
It's like it's almost like when this is someone's entire fucking job to go and make their shit, and they go, hey, this shit isn't running. You go, nah, you're stupid. It's like you only make this shit for a living. Like,
it's only like we hired you and pay you to do exactly this.
Do this specifically.
It's like, what the fuck, man? Yep. So I'm just showing off all the articles here so you guys can like pause it and read it if you want. Like, whether you're watching this live or on the rerun, this way you can just pause the article, read through it a bit while we talk. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me, and that sucks. That doesn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, like what we were talking about earlier, where it's like you've got these companies that, their PR, their HR, their management higher ups say, well, we want this. And it's like, well, that's great. Here's what it'll take. Well, we don't want that. Well, then it won't work. Well, we want it to work anyway. That's nice. And they go through with it anyway because these fucking idiots don't know shit. They don't even know what they don't know. They push for this shit anyway, and then hey, it didn't work out, and then they want to go and bitch and whine and moan to everyone else when it's their own damn fault.
Alright, and this is gonna make me sign in, right? Okay, so no, that's the world premiere trailer. What the hell is that? Because I just want to talk about this and then we'll move on. The whole where the hell is that? That Gamescom footage. So I'm seeing a bunch of videos that show off like the footage with Alright, so here we can just show this off.
Jackie, along with a netrunner named Tiba, are hired to find and retrieve a missing person, a girl whose locator implant went dark.
Almost clear. Go.
1237 on your right. Girls inside. Biomon's been down an hour. Better Delta.
Cyberpunk 2077 is a first-person role-playing game. This perspective enables us to maximize your immersion.
Should have full access in 2.8 seconds. Reached it. Your turn.
So obviously this is that
Alarms neutralized.
what's face the gameplay, the Gamescom demo.
Yeah, bug.
And here's the retail game.
Looking for 1237. Target should be inside, but I got 0 eyes on her biomod. Fingers crossed it's not too late.
Is that you?
I hate this life or death shit. Hurry, try hacking the door. Think you can trip it on your own, V?
Is that her? That our target, V?
Room's too simple. Not our girl, I think. Keep looking.
It looks like these scavengers are kidnapping people to harvest their implants.
Xander Dorset's protected under Echelon 2 corporal immunity. Our girl's top shelf. This one's packing black market Zeta Tech repros. Typical back alley fix-ups. Not our lucky gal. Let's keep looking.
Mira,
Okay, things are about to get heated.
Yes, this was not in retail.
We'll take a reflex booster that temporarily allows us to use the Koreznikov ability.
There were no boosts in the game. And for anyone wondering, the purpose of us watching this comparison is just to show off that what they had planned and what they... Like, that this demo, whether it's fake or not, we have to debate, but it's... Regardless, it's not an accurate representation of the game. And I know it says does not represent the final look of the game, but at the same time, it's still advertising features that are not. Like, the voiceover guy even says features that are not.
Won't be needing this anymore, pussy.
Layout shows only one room left, the bathroom. Go. Don't see any movement on the sensors. Looks like you got them. You're clear to go.
Shit, where the hell's our target?
Look around. Gotta be there somewhere.
Cabrones.
And as for nudity and everything, we really don't give a fuck, because unlike bigwigs at Big Tech and
No, in a
all
minute.
that,
Jacking into Biomon.
I just pause it. Look, I for some reason, I guess Big Tech and Big Entertainment for some reason think that, you know, tits are, you know, gonna destroy all of civilization.
Yes, of course.
You know, like female nipples are gonna, you know, destroy generations of civilization to come or whatever, or some nonsense. But
yes,
I mean,
it is not.
They're not. It's a human body. It's just what we are. It's how we are. Grow up, for fuck's sake.
Don't lie to me. We know the truth.
Sandra Dorset, NC 570442. Got a winner. Or she will be.
Sides are
Get her to
small
the
tits.
hospital.
So stop complaining.
Trauma Team Platinum, too.
Platinum? Shit, TT should have swooped in if she sneezed.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I guess whoever was playing had nudity turned off because.
Think I got her. Got our target.
We make it? She alive?
Even in the even if you have nudity turned on, like you do
V,
still
jacket
see
profile
nipple
on. Need
and
to know what we're dealing
there's
with.
no underwear on. The guy, there's still underwear on.
Jacking in.
The chick there isn't. I think. I haven't played. Again, I've only played the second, the sequence once.
I'm pretty sure we're both characters. It keeps it on.
What?
I'm pretty sure we're both. It keeps it.
Really? Even with nudity on? I
Yeah.
don't think nudity on it did that.
The only place where it's actually going to show your junk one way or another is the inventory screen itself.
In the sex scenes, although it doesn't show yours, it shows whoever you're.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the only time you would see
and I've
your
only
own
I've
junk.
only screwed Judy, so all I've seen is. Actually, you don't even see Judy's junk. You just see, or lack of junk rather. You just see a lot of implications. Nothing real.
Because of the implication.
Clear. Go.
Air assassination is not in game as far as I'm aware, and that pissed me off.
No, there's a
gameplay demo.
There's a perk? Because I haven't found
yeah,
it.
there's a perk.
I thought I did, but I couldn't. Then I lost it. I think.
It was I forgot where I have seen it, but yeah, it is locked behind a perk.
Okay. All right, but back to the here. So I found the full demo, so we'll watch this and kind of
CD
complain about it.
Projekt Red's upcoming title,
Hooray.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Hooray for
A
bitching and moaning
narrative-driven,
and fetching.
open-world RPG set in a dark version of the
Unfortunately,
future.
not the
Before
fun
we
kind of
start,
moaning.
a small but important disclaimer.
Sorry.
The gameplay you're about to see is from a
Man.
work-in-progress version of the game. Everything you see is potentially subject to change.
So I'm going to put subtitles on. For
In Cyberpunk 2077, you can fully customize your character using a deep customization system. For this demo, we're going to play a female. Keep in mind that what you see here is not final. We just want to give you a glimpse of
I
what
still
will
prefer
be
this
possible in
customization than
released
like
games.
this menu.
This is an RPG, so before we get into
It's
our
simple,
appearance, we need to
but
define our backstory.
detailed, you know?
What you choose here will unlock different possibilities later in the game.
So here's the thing. Right off the bat, none of this was in the full game.
Yep.
None of this. Backstory, Samurai Rocker Boy, Johnny Silver... childhood hero. So you got, Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, or Saburo Arasaka. Yikes. Key life event, death of a sibling, run away from home, or first big kill. And then Why Night City, unfinished business, ex-lover in town, or something to prove. Like, none of this was there. Which, again, this is hardcore RPG stuff, which is why I thought going in it would be a hardcore RPG.
Well, you see, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, pretty much. So V's 23 years old. That makes sense. Yeah.
In our backstory, what you choose here will unlock different possibilities later in the game. Also, you can use an array of different options to modify how you look. These include body type,
Okay, I prefer
tattoos,
this customization
makeup,
menu over what we got.
skin
for
tone,
sure.
and many, many more. But visuals aren't everything. You'll also be able to customize your initial attribute setup. You'll notice we didn't pick a class. Cyberpunk 2077 features a fluid class system, and you'll be able to modify your class throughout the game.
So we got, strength is, I think there is no strength in Constitution. You have intelligence, cool, technical, reflex, and there were 5, right? There were 5.
Yeah.
There's 6, but the 6th one we don't know yet what it is still. It's that one
I always
glitches
thought
out.
that was going to be unlocked in the story or something. But
I thought that was like
a DLC.
because you get it once Johnny's in your head. So I thought it was like a Johnny related thing, but it just does nothing. But there's 5. So you got reflexes, tech, cool, intelligent are all there. I don't no. Reflexes. Was strength one of them, or did they rename it? Because like there was one that was like strength, which would be like your health and your combat melee stuff. Your strength attribute, but it wasn't called strength, was it? It was called something else. But anyway, you had 5, not 6, like you do here.
Features a fluid class system, and you'll be able to modify your class throughout the game. This demo takes place near the beginning of the game. V and her friend Jackie, along with a netrunner named T-Bot, are hired to find and retrieve a missing
And this is literally the
person,
first level, like the first thing you do in the game, excluding the like the origin story. This is literally the start of the game. Right after you have a montage of you and Jackie getting up to shenanigans, which is after
game.
whatever life
This perspective enables us to maximize your immersion.
Should have full access in 2.8 seconds. Reached it. Your turn.
Órale, Lito, way, I know.
Alarms neutralized.
Oh, are we fucking late? Is that her? Is that our target, V?
Room's too simple. Not our girl, I think. Keep looking.
It looks like these scavengers are kidnapping people to harvest their implants.
At least they kept to the like that, default like display screen that you see on all the random terminals that you can't use. Because it's nice looking, but still.
Okay, things are about to get heated.
So we saw the whole character customization.
We'll take a reflex booster
way
that temporarily
better,
allows us
different
to
than it
use
is
the
in the full game.
Kereznikov ability.
Like what we had is simplified and kind of pathetic in comparison, if you think about it, from a role-playing game perspective. Like being able to choose your backstory and all that. I mean, yeah, you have that with the life path with Nomad, Corpo, and Street Kid, but it's not the same. Like you clearly had options, like there were probably dialogue options which they mentioned in the Bloomberg article they cut that probably involved like the whole who is your childhood hero type thing, right?
Yeah.
And like Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, or Saburo Arasaka, and wow, who the hell would choose Saburo Arasaka? But anyway.
Probably some crazy guy.
Yeah. Or if you're playing as like a psychopath girl. I've done that in the other world. Because you can kill everyone in the game.
This is Koreznikov.
Koreznikov with the slow down for me.
This is Koreznikov.
Okay, so that's still in the game. You know, all you have to do is just hold down, aim down the sights, and then double tap A or D, and you'll do that. So that's still in, so that's nice. Except they don't tell you about that. I had to figure that out myself, just by experience. You guys hear me alright? Can't hear me?
Yes.
Alright, the destructive environments was just not a thing in the game.
And I was expecting more like verticality of the environment.
More verticality of what?
Of the environment.
Yeah. Obviously that wasn't in the game.
Won't be needing this anymore. Pussy.
Layout shows only one room left, the bathroom. Go.
Sure hope our target's in there.
Right, so I know that I definitely had nudity for this scene on in my game. Because I had nudity turned on. Again, I streamed it so I can double check. And then this guy, since this, yeah, this is on someone else redoing it. So
good.
No, in a minute. Jacking into Biomon. Sandra Dorset, NC 570442. Got a winner.
I mean, look, I have no, like, I know it's a weird thing to complain about, like, the lack of nudity in a game. But again, it's all about because of what they advertised. You're advertising a game about, you're talking about, like, how, you know, the nudity has an artistic, like, purpose in the game and all that. And everything, and then you actually see the game, and it's like, there's not much nudity in it.
Yeah, I was honestly kind of disappointed. I just it's like, if it's a RPG, you should be able to play the character how you want.
Like run around the streets naked.
Let's get her out of here.
Not just topless. Or in the case of a male V, not even really naked. You're like, okay, I'm in my swimsuit, you know.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, whatever. GTA has, you know, same thing pretty much.
Jackie, air hypo.
Get China.
I like how the subtitles say China.
Get her outside. I'll cover you.
It turns out a virus disrupted the girl's locator implant. We've fixed that, and now help is inbound.
Swarm of the sons of bitches, 2 vans full, just pulled up outside.
So the rest of this is pretty much the same as the full game.
Get her out. Terrorists.
Although if I recall in the full game, you actually had a little like holographic outline. You had a holographic outline for this sequence of once they're around, like put her on the stretcher, and there's a little lit up outline of the area so that you don't like.
Which was kind of cool.
Yes, I like that.
Stop where you are. Place the patient on the stretcher. Five steps back. Now.
It's pretty much the same as the full game.
I said step back. PT-133 to control. Patient NC570442 secured. Stimulants being administered: 70 milligrams dopamine, 110 norepinephrine, 800 Viagra.
Hey, give us a lift out of here. No problem.
I don't remember if that was in the final game.
Cutting connection. T-bug out.
I don't think that was actually. That line may have not been in the final game.
All clear.
That was Trauma
Let's see
Team,
when we blow.
a kind of high-end premium medical insurance.
Don't have much time from what Bug said.
We've delivered the target, and T-Bug has notified us that the scavengers have called in reinforcements. Let's get out of here before they arrive.
I got the eddies for new wheels now. Eyeing something real fine, too. How about you, Aina? Probably blow it all on booze in 3 days.
Talking about somebody else, Jack. Cleaner than a cunt out of combat.
Here's another thing, speaking of nudity, is that one-night stands is not a thing. They advertise one-night stands, and there are none.
Yeah, the most you get is like the prostitutes there.
Damn, and that, I wouldn't count that. Because you're not talking someone up to sleep with them, you're paying them to sleep with you.
And as such,
Yeah, exactly. It's not like, hey, you want to hook up? Yeah, sure, okay.
Interactions with the game world, and as you just saw, it's people.
Hello, Night City. Your man Sandy here with a scoop sheet on all last night's bids. But first, remember the man, the myth, Johnny Silverhand. Been a year since he went on his last ride. All you gunks sitting in the afterlife nursing that scotch, waiting for something better. You know what I mean.
The job was a success, and V obviously has some money to burn.
Third-person cinematics is not a thing unless the final game.
I got a hot date with my Ripper Doc.
Come on, Aina, make the doc wait. Pull some pants on your culo and get down here. Subway entrance, and bring your iron.
Okay, Jackie has just told us that he has some big news for us, and we have an appointment with our Ripper Doc today. Before we leave, let's take a good look around our apartment. Good morning, Night City. The song on the radio is by rocker boy Johnny Silverhand. It's part of our creative process to draw inspiration from the pen and paper system created by Mike Pondsmith, and to put our own 2077 spin on it. Let's go grab our gear.
You ever listen to the 2018 version of Chippin' In?
We'll take V's trusty pistol.
It's actually really good.
And also grab our jacket.
Okay, so I don't like
Since
how
Cyberpunk
that
20
armory is your only like storage place in your apartment.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It's a weird gripe I have, but it's like the closet. Like, okay, you know, it makes sense. Come on, let me put like at least clothes and stuff in the closet. I don't care if I don't physically see it, but at least I can use it as an inventory storage space. You know.
So too, didn't they say that you would be able to buy different apartments in Night City?
77 is an RPG. The jacket not only provides us with protective stats like armor, but it also increases our street cred.
That was not a thing in the final game. Clothes do not boost street cred. They just don't.
Cred is a form of experience the player acquires by completing side missions. It is used to unlock...
Or just killing random Tiger Claw dogs endlessly, hoping for a reputation system that doesn't exist.
New vendors and content throughout Night City. Alright, let's go meet Jack. V's current apartment is located inside a mega building. A huge building complex that forms a micro-society of its own. In this timeline, technology and the world have evolved in some ways that seem familiar, but entirely surprising in others. As an example, in this world, people pay with eddies, slang for Eurodollars. We make sure to root every detail in the world's lore, so everything has its purpose and stays believable.
At least they did a good job with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they say this apartment, saying like implying other apartments. Now the only way I know to get apartments is you know, sleeping with Judy. Or being friends with Pan Am. Given that I've only played one I'm still on my first playthrough and I'm playing as female V, so I'm friends with Pan Am and I'm dating Judy in the game. So when you're friends with Pan Am, you're the Aldecado's hideout or whatever is a apartment for V as well as Judy's apartment.
Technically speaking, yeah.
A big part of our RPG experience is having a world that is interactive. Here, a generic ad has morphed into an advertisement specifically tailored to V, informing her of the nearest vendor she can purchase the product. In this
And
case,
that is not
it
in the
shows
game.
us where to find some Nicola soda.
For the very first stages of food proliferation, with bioquality that even Mother Nature can envy. Try out our freshly developed content and let your tongue be amazed. Delicious. Yum.
This is Wilson, one of Night City's many gunsmiths. We won't be checking his wares today, but you can purchase and upgrade your weapons and gear throughout the city. Cyberpunk 2077 is set in Night City, a bustling metropolis located on the coast of the free state of North California. It's a dystopian city where violence and oppression are the norm. We are working hard to make Night City a fully realized, seamless open world with no loading screens. Currently, we're in Watson, a former industrial district where crime now mixes with money.
Very strong signal. You kidding me? Damn signal gonked out 3 times. 3 times, yo! It's a piece of shit. Now give me back my eddies.
Silverhand's debut album, that. Now no ever since, if you ask me.
Could be some truth to that.
Man, looks like
We've greatly enhanced our crowd and community system to create the most believable city in any
that being said,
open world
my
game.
headset's about to die here.
The city
Again?
streets
Alright.
are bustling with
Yeah,
crowds of
sorry.
people
That's
from all
alright.
facets of life.
Very
All
consistent.
their
I'll see you later.
lives
Goes
with a
off every
full
time at 1
day
a.m.
in Night City.
Well, I mean, I've been using it all day off and on.
True.
So, I'll see you.
You can't plug it in and charge it?
Not really while I'm using it. Maybe someday I'll get a standalone mic.
Yeah, because I've been using a standalone mic, and I mean,
Okay,
my setup is
there's
bad, but the mic itself is good. I need to rearrange things on the desk.
I just love being able to like walk around and use the headset when it's powered.
What's up, Jack?
You can do that with standalone mic too.
Well, you can't.
Well,
I can't walk over
you
to
can't
the
go into
kitchen.
separate rooms. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of this stuff in the game changed. I'm just gonna fast forward here. This entire, a lot of the sequences here changed, and alright, that's Cam just dropping out. You still get Judy's apartment as male. Oh, really? I assume if like you befriend her too. So it's the same thing with Pan Am.
Alright. And the nature.
Thanks, Robert.
Just doing his thing.
So here we have this.
Got away with gear.
You know, a lot of like, I don't care if like some of this stuff wasn't in the game or is in the game. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while. Like the visuals, I mean. But this segment here from Vector is identical to the demo here. The car here, however, because Jackie has a bike in the game, not a car, which is what he has here. This is pretty much 1-for-1 as it is in the full game. This encounter is pretty much the same, minus the bot though.
Details that can help in solving.
You can't do this either. You can't look at detail. You can't detail things and look at the chip. And this was falsely advertised here.
Quests.
Here, I'll let him
To
do the
grab the
talking.
splinter that controls the bot from one of these dead maelstromers.
Yeah, so first of all, inventory is nice. But here, this
The inspection
cannot do.
system allows us to take a closer look at the splinter. You
Cannot
can
inspect
inspect
things.
specific items to reveal details that can help in solving quests. Okay, let's equip the splinter to our chipware slot. With
And
this
the
done,
robot
bottom now
flathead,
follows
this was,
wherever we
you couldn't
go.
do anything with it.
All right, what
Nothing.
else do we have here? Nice. A street-modified tech shotgun. Tech weapons fire rounds that penetrate walls and other types of cover. They also have an alternate fire mode that allows you to power up shots and deal more damage. It looks like there are several ways out of this room, like those gates, for example. However, you'd have to be a skilled netrunner to hack into this terminal. Luckily, our engineering skills should allow us to disassemble that maintenance panel so we can get through the door.
Got it.
This was not in the.
There are many skills in the game that players can apply in solving problems. The engineering skill can be used to fix, disassemble, and disarm devices blocking
Production
your
lane
path.
passes through here.
And we're gonna pass through with it.
It'd be under technical now, because engineering is a thing.
So,
I mean, there's
from this
the
point
engineering
on, we're going to unlock
skill
the abilities
underneath
of
the
a high-end
technical
character
attributes.
to showcase some of the different mechanics we have in the game.
This was not in the game that highlighted all the enemies without having to actually physically highlight them yourself manually. That was not in the finished game.
One of the new weapon modules we now have installed is a ricochet targeting system connected to our eyes. This allows players to bounce bullets off walls and hit other targeting systems. This is a smart gun. It's one of the more advanced weapons in the game, allowing bullets to track and follow their target. It's one of many different weapons. Every feature. Okay, let's try something different. We're going to take this guy down and connect directly to his neural sign. In the world of Cyberpunk, once you are jacked
you
into a
can't do
network,
this.
you
This
have
is not
access
in
to
the
everything it connects
full
to.
game.
Through this Maelstrom gang member, we've now connected to the gang hideout's internal network.
Not in the full game.
This is the building's personnel system. Let's focus on the squad containing the Maelstrom ganger we just connected to. From here, we can deploy
I mean, it
software
is, but not in the way they showed off here. You know,
For now,
that's
we'll
just
simply
in the full game. You just scan them and do the whole breach thing, and then you have full access.
unlock the ability to perform quick hacks.
Full access.
All right, time to show off our new high-level abilities.
So you got the Mantis blades. You can't do this. No wall running.
With quick hack, using the backdoor we unlocked a minute ago, we'll install a virus that jams the connection between the Maelstrom ganger and his weapon. This will prevent him from firing. Looks like he's having a problem now. Nice.
That is.
Some of you might recognize these Mantis blades. We can also double jump and bounce off of walls, which makes us a very agile, fast solo. Corpo weapons are top of the line.
Precision rifle. Nice.
Let's scan this guy and see what's going on. Autonomous shooting.
Now, I didn't do, in the full game, I did not do this. If you want to see, I streamed the game. I still continue streaming
and
it.
Get this job over.
So I never finished it, actually. But yeah, I didn't get this ending. I sided with Maelstrom.
That
and
wasn't the
fucked over
smoothest
Militech.
raid, but we've got
And then
fun,
I fucked over
and
Maelstrom
Dex
after
should be
that.
happy. But think back.
So,
what
they
would
lose,
happen
I
if we
win.
hadn't met with the Militech agent, or told Royce about the agent and her plans?
So instead of this chick, I had
Your chimp
the
had
guy
the
she
flak.
had in her
That's
trunk
not
with
discreet.
me.
Not just gonna.
So yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of features in this game that that they showed off here that were not there. And the menus and the UIs are definitely a lot cleaner and better here than they are in the main game.
System allows us to take.
And this inspect feature, I wish to God it was in the game, because I love some of the models in the game and I wanted to inspect the weapons and some of the the tech and the cyberware, but I can't. Like, and I love this menu.
This
here.
is an RPG.
You know, like, it's simple, you know, but you know, and it reminds me of like some like back end stuff. Like it reminds me of God damn, I don't remember what the name is. Yeah, forgive me, software is not my strong suit. But you can access it through like you know, essentially on Windows. You can like you have this kind of layout. I love it. It's great. And this sucks. It wasn't in the game. But yeah, that covers our Cyberpunk stuff. Pan Am is Bay. I like Judy better. Sue me. Also, Ripper Talk has a different UI in the demo. Yeah. Yes. Well, everything has a different UI in the demo, and for worse, in my opinion. Like for instance, here you were selecting it on the screen. It didn't take you into a separate screen. It was like visually on the screen here.
And to be perfectly honest,
I like
I'm
this.
not entirely sure where the hell I got it. Still, looks like it'll talk to Kuroshi. B-Tech.
Definitely
I'm ready.
a lot of cut content I'm beginning to see. You know, that Bloomberg article, Jason Schreier nailed it like that.
Fun stuff.
That was like you can clearly tell a lot of shit was just completely pulled out of the game. Dialogue stuff, story stuff, gameplay, visuals, UI. If assuming this is even like a real demo, because you know there's supposedly this is a fake demo and all that. I don't think it is, just because a lot of it is like you do see a lot of the stuff in the game as it is, but not everything. Alright, moving on. I was gonna cover Alright, so it looks like I'm gonna have to cover some stuff next week with Cam when he because he's not gonna be able to charge his headset before I finish up here. So I'm going to briefly go over some comic book. I'm going to move over to comic book news. And we'll just continue. So this is that. I mean, this is the end of the Cyberpunk stuff, anyways. We're just gonna go over this. We went over it. A lot of shit that was really cool that's not in the game and probably won't ever be in the game, and it sucks. And there are videos already out there, like showing off, top 15 missing features of Cyberpunk and all that. I think like Juicehead did a video on it, so you can check those out for stuff like that. But I just wanted to give my thoughts and kind of do a video expose on the whole Cyberpunk fiasco. And I hope this was informative. But yeah, moving on. Let me just shut down the main screen here. And change the topic. Yeah, I'm not a great typist, sue me. Alright, so... hold on. Favorite weapon you liked in Cyberpunk? The Widowmaker. The precision rifle that you get, the Widowmaker, probably my favorite. Alright, here you go. So I'm just going to cover 3 topics and I'm going to end the stream. because a lot of the stuff I want to cover, I don't want to cover alone. So, just because if I cover them, let me put it this way, I can cover them alone, but then I'm going to cover them again next week with the rest of the gang. So I'd rather just cover it next week, or even during the week, because we got a content heavy week this week. Starting Monday with the Free Flying Star Citizen. Pretty much expect the Star Citizen stream almost every other day. Right, opening the main screen back up. And we've got the Daily Stupid. Marvel reveals monstrous new She-Hulk. Twitter weirdos attack Zack Snyder and more. Welcome to the Daily Stupid, a brand new column here at Bounding Into Comics where we will bring you some of the dumbest that have been over the past week. Let's get right to it. 1. Phoenix She-Hulk is a travesty. That's supposed to be a Phoenix She-Hulk? I never would have guessed, honestly. Okay, so for our first one, we are cheating a little bit here, but Marvel Comics released a new monstrous She-Hulk design in Avengers number 42 back in February 3rd. Yikes, that's She-Hulk. Oh my, you can't even tell those, I mean, whoever drew this doesn't know how to draw women. I mean, I get it. They're trying to make it like a muscular giant Hulk, but at the same time, it's like this looks more like classic Hulk than She-Hulk. I miss classic She-Hulk like this. I actually have this one. This is great. Okay, now this is your second chance. If you don't buy my book this time, I'm going to come to your house and rip up all your X-Men. I love that. And I have this comic book. But yeah, this is She-Hulk. She-Hulk, not Hulk. It's ugly, stupid, pointless, and a far cry from John Byrne's classic, The Sensational She-Hulk, where She-Hulk showed off her curves and her muscles and wasn't a green lump. As seen here. Number 2, Zack Snyder attacked. Moving on, Zack Snyder is being attacked as a misogynist by a couple of weirdos on Twitter after the Justice League director showed off new footage of Steppenwolf beating the crap out of a bunch of Amazonian warriors. But isn't that in the film already? What's the difference? Twitter user Mickey Here Ego reacted to the clip saying, "Watch my movie, it has celebrations of violence against women." Then Sharjeel Mal... What? I'm not going to try and read that. Notice how Steppenwolf manhandles 20 plus Amazon warriors but can't even land a single punch on Superman. But yeah, sure, Zack Snyder isn't a misogynist piece of trash. Oy vey. Really? You guys are fucking morons. A bad guy beating up the good guys is now misogyny because the bad guy is a man and the good guys are women. What an absolute idiotic take. Can't wait for the tears when Snyder's Justice League actually comes out. Live action Powerpuff Girls. Oh, please, dear God, don't. Why? That just sounds like a bad idea in the making. The CW... Oh, that's even worse. The CW developing a live action show about the Powerpuff Girls, where they are now 20-somethings and resent the fact that they saved their city on a daily basis when they were children. What? That's right, they resent the fact that they spent their childhood saving people from all kinds of threats. What an utterly idiotic and stupid idea. Wait a minute, wait. This deserves more attention. What? Ay vey, I mean, what? They resent the fact that they saved the day as children. I'm sorry, but I don't care what most children dream of being superheroes. These chicks, the Powerpuff Girls were superheroes. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. And a little bit of Chemical X. And then were born the Powerpuff Girls. Anyway, Robert He-Hulk. Yeah. That just makes, oh my god, why? You know it's bad when it starts off with the CW is developing. Alright, Mass Effect, we already covered this, so I'm just gonna ignore, I'll read it anyways. Information's information. Game journals twisted themselves into knots in order to attack gamers who are calling out BioWare for admitting to censoring the upcoming Legendary Edition of the game. One such journal was Kenneth Shepard, who recently wrote an article headlined, "Mass Effect Legendary Edition is altering the infamously terrible Miranda butt shots." Terrible, sure. you seen that body? Nothing of value was lost. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at that. However, just last year, Shepard wrote another article with the headline, "The only thing I like about Ghost of Tsushima so far is Jin's bare ass." Okay, so you're into dudes. We take what we can get. Interesting. So, hypocrisy. What a moron. Shepard wasn't alone, though. Mary Gushi of CG Magazine took to Twitter to write, "It's not about butts. We all like them, to be honest. It's about hypersexualizing and objectifying women in a video game." Okay, but that... okay. God. Since human anatomy is now considered problematic according to game journalists, or game journalists as they should be called, here's a bunch of pictures of some nice video game arses. So you got Miranda's from Mass Effect 2. You got... I think that's supposed to be... I keep in mind these are very, very tiny images, so I'm just gonna... It looks like Lara Croft. That's supposed to be Solid Snake. I honestly can't tell there, it's just really small. But whatever. Point being is that she is a sexualized character. Deal with it. Also, she has a very, very nice looking body, but that is a female human body. That's how they look. Sorry, but that's what a girl looks like. They're very, very attractive. Deal with it. You don't say, like how you sexualized and objectified Resident Evil Village. That's right, Gushi recently wrote on Twitter about Resident Evil Village's Lady Dimitrescu. We all want to do bad things with the tall vampire lady from Resident Evil Village. Oy vey, look. Not my thing, that's for damn sure. She could step on me and I would enjoy it. Oh. Yeah, okay. Hypocrisy not seen, apparently. I guess hypocrisy just doesn't exist anymore because... I mean... Whatever. Fuck it. Superman's son don't know he's Superman. There's actually a storyline, an Elseworld storyline from 2000 that did that. Where Superman's supposedly dead, and his son doesn't know that his dad was Superman. And it was actually done really well, so this isn't stupid. It depends how it's done, though. Let's read it. The latest trailer for... Oh, there's a trailer. I should probably watch that. The latest trailer for the CW Superman and Lois reveals that somehow Clark and Lois have been able to keep Clark's secret identity for over a decade. Apparently their sons are really stupid and completely oblivious, or a combination of both. This has been your Daily Stupid. If you have suggestions for tomorrow, leave a comment or hit us up on social media. Okay, you know what? Now I'm gonna fucking search this.
I remember dying so many times. It's almost as if I never even had a life at all.
Our dad told us all these stories about growing up here.
Tell you it sucks?
Actually, I think he kind of loved it.
We came here as a family.
Like it's too dangerous for them to know.
It's more dangerous if they don't.
You're Superman? No, we've seen Superman before. We've seen him.
You told the boys you're Superman. Couldn't lie to them anymore.
This is gonna keep my family together.
Clark, it's gonna tear it apart.
All the times you were gone, you lied to me. You both did.
Wow, so is this gonna be another drama?
I can't just abandon the world.
The world will always need Superman. Right now, this family needs you more.
Superman and Lois, 2-hour premiere event Tuesday, February 23rd. Stream free next day, only on the CW app.
Yeah, let me put it this way. You want to see a show with Superman and Lois? Watch Lois and Clark. The Adventures of Lois and Clark from the 90s. It's actually good. Dean Cain as Superman? Nice. You know? This is just absolute garbage. Alright, what the hell is this article about? Alright. Marvel artist Joe Bennett accused of anti-Semitism over artwork error in the Immortal Hulk number 43. A spelling error and an attempted reference to an esteemed horror filmmaker seen in the artwork of the Immortal Hulk's latest issue has resulted in the artist Joe Bennett facing accusations of anti-Semitism. I'll be the judge of that, thank you very much. Ooh, is that Alex Ross? No. Oh, artist Joe Bennett. Fuck. Sorry, it's very, very reminiscent of Alex Ross. Sorry. But I know Alex Ross when I see it. I don't know why I'm brain farting. Sorry. Right, with the mental identities of Bruce Banner and the Devil Hulk having recently been imprisoned in the below place by the leader, the Immortal Hulk number 43 finds the body of Marvel's resident ticking time bomb currently inhabited by the personas of both Joe Fixit and the Savage Hulk, the latter suffering from a depletion of gamma energy following the aforementioned confrontation with his archenemy, wanted by Gamma Flight for the accidental decimation of an entire town and desperate to survive. Fixit turns to theft, eventually fencing a set of illicitly purchased diamonds in order to acquire in order to acquire some quick cash. So how did he illicitly purchase that? Okay. Anyway, quick cash to help him get by on the streets of New York City. So Mr. Fixit is now in Bruce Banner's body? Is that it? The artwork that landed Bennett in hot water appears during Fixit's scamming of a jewelry store. In one panel, though the artwork was assumedly meant to read Cronenberg Boys Jewelry, this jewelry store's name is unfortunately misspelled as Cronenberg, a cutoff word presumably meant to read Boys Jewelry. With a Star David being included underneath the shop's name. Is it again David? Where? Oh, there it is. Oh, it does say Cronenberg. I'm just going to read some of this panel here. Right, we got, after Banner got shot stealing clothes once too often, Daddy Devil put me in charge of finding money. Here's how I do it. Yes, this is Fix It. Banner's got one of those faces, nondescript, especially once you grow a mustache on it. You see me, what do you see? Just another guy with one of those faces. Here's a trick I learned off Mike Berenghetti. Didn't have the fingers for it then, though. That's me, another dirtbag with one of those faces. And your wallet. Creep with a wad of dough on him, but a real find is the credit card. That's got a limited window, though, so I gotta work fast. Trucker camp, blah, 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 blah. Alright. Intended as a nod to the classic horror director David Cronenberg, the Cronenberg's jewelry is one of the many storefront references included by Bennett throughout the issue, with others including Milgram's books named after former Incredible Hulk editor Al Milgrom, and Starlin's Coffee, named after former Marvel artist and writer Jim Starlin. Good writer. Following the issue's publication, Bennett's spelling error, along with its juxtaposition with the Magen David, Magen David Star David, by the way, found the artists being accused of anti-Semitism. Even in the best possible, so what? Like, it was supposed to be, I'll just read it. Best possible interpretation, this is odd, wrote comics XF author Zach Radaroff. The scene has otherwise no connection to Judaism or Jewish ownership of the shop. There are no Jewish themes to which the comic is trying to point us. The only conceivable interpretation, to put it frankly, is that this is a visual play on the old anti-Semitic trope of Jews running the diamond business, a centuries-old cliche rooted in the stereotypes of Jewish merchants as unscrupulous profiteers willing to do business with shady criminals, which indeed the shop is doing in this scene. The fact that I didn't even get that just shows you how ridiculous this entire thing is. I mean, I got the whole. I figured. I thought it was being too. What would it be? I thought it would be no, it can't be the whole stereotype of Jews being jewelers and merchants, right? Because that's just too stereotypical and too obvious. But no, it is just that stupid. Okay. Tempting fate in Callisto 6 actress Amy Dallin, who previously praised the Immortal Hulk series, wrote that this Immortal Hulk thing has broken my heart. I just keep thinking I put that book in someone's hands. And thousands of people opened their new issues yesterday and got an anti-Semitic background gag. She continued, that really happened. I'm still in shock. Guess what? I'm a Jew, and this really, I don't give a flying fucking rat's ass. There is no place in the comics industry for anti-Semitism. Tell that to Marvel. The people online and all that shit. Like Joe Bennett is leveraging an Immortal Hulk, asserted Comicosity editor Matt Santori. It's garbage, he's garbage, and any comic company continuing to employ him is garbage. Okay. In the face of these accusations, when asked for comment on the backlash by CBR, Bennett issued an apology and explained that the artwork was a result of an honest but terrible mistake. I mean, given the horror theme that I get from the covers of Immortal Hulk, I can understand the Cronenberg reference. As for, and regardless though, that, there's Magen David on a jeweler's shop window, I guess that is a stereotype, but I mean, that's hardly being anti-Semitic. Hardly. I mean, you really want to go there? Okay, guess what? The Ferengi from Star Trek are, technically a stereotype of Jews being, merchants and jewelers. And guess what? My best friend, we're both Jewish, we grew up together, Poger, he loves the Ferengi. They're his favorite species in all Star Trek. So, load of shit? I think so. I've been including references to famous horror directors to pay respects to the genre throughout the series, and in Immortal Hulk number 43, I included a nod to David Cronenberg. And now I get it. This, Magen David, David Cronenberg. Bennett told the comic book news outlet the misspellings on the window were an honest but terrible mistake since I was writing backwards. I accidentally spelled both of those words wrong. Yeah, he even spelled jewelry wrong. Look, you see it's Jewer. It's supposed to be Jewelr. So, there's that. I have no excuse for how I depicted the Star of David. Yeah, because he did a really bad job. I mean, look at that Magen David. It's just you could have done better, man. Yes, I'm complaining about how the Magen David doesn't look right. I mean, it doesn't. It should have been more accurate. It should have been that. But same over here, and because I'm not taking this seriously because it's just a load of shit. He further apologized. I failed to understand this troubling and offensive stereotype, and after listening to you all, I now understand my mistake. This was wrong, offensive, and hurtful in many ways. This is a mistake I must own, and I am sorry to everyone who I hurt by this. I'm working with Marvel to correct this, and I am using the lesson to reflect on how I approach my stories and my work. Dude, you're trying to make a horror director reference, and you fucked up on your spelling. And I mean, there's probably a better way to go about it than just here's a Magen David on a jewelry store depicting the whole Chabad jewelers stereotype, but I mean, again, the only people that care are the super sensitive snowflakes. Aiding to Bennett's statement, a Marvel representative told CPR that the company fully acknowledged this mistake was missed on our side as well, and confirmed that all future reprints of the Immortal Hulk number 43 would require corrected artwork. The correction has already been made to the digital version of the issue, with the jeweler's unique storefront having been replaced with a nondescript window, as confirmed by Cosmic Book News editor Matt McGloin. I mean, the art still looks horrible and lazy. That's just my opinion on the artwork, but that's just my take on it as an artist. I mean, it's a window during the daytime. Put some shine on it, some white streaks, make it clear so you can see some of the people walking in the background. I mean, look, the only time you'll really see a Magen David on a store window is if you're going into a Judaica store to buy, like, you know, Jewish stuff, like tefillin or Chanukiah, menorah, you know, stuff like that. Anyway, as of writing, series author Al Ewing, or a Jewish restaurant, Al Ewing has not commented on the situation. What do you make of the accusations against Bennett? Let us know your thoughts on social media or comments below, blah, blah, blah. Oh, someone's editor for banning in the comments, unbanished. Oh, that's just the author, okay. Now, actually, I'm kind of curious to see what people thought here. Oh well, a little anti-Semitism never hurt the career of Ilhan Omar, and I'm sure all those Twitter Karens would fall over themselves to defend her. Israel is gay. Israel is happy. Absolutely correct. I mean, jokes aside, I mean, Israel actually has more freedoms than the United States in some regards. You know, there are still some places in the States that you know, gays can't get married and everything, whereas in Israel, it doesn't matter what the fuck you do behind closed doors, it's your life. While I believe the woke SJW left adores overt anti-Semitism in their own ranks, I see this as not a huge problem and an honest mistake. The only thing weird to me is the usage of the Star of David on the shop. Agreed. To me, it makes no sense. Like, even if it's, like, the only time it makes sense if it's a Judaica store or if it's a Jewish restaurant. And even then, Jewish restaurants don't have it a lot of the time. My favorite restaurant in Manhattan, a Jewish place, called Kasbah Grill. It's, you know, it's a nice deli place, you know, barbecue as well, and it just looks like a normal restaurant. The only it's only when you get inside that's like, oh, it's a Jewish restaurant, because they have like the same footage for the last like 30 years of a cassette tape playing from whatchamface. Oh, I'm blanking on his name. God damn it! I'll come back to you later. As far as Jews, mainly Hasidim, dominating the diamond trade, hasn't anyone watched the movie Snatch, where Dennis Farina plays cousin Avi? I see nothing wrong with placing the Star of David there and identifying the shop as Jewish owned. It's in the middle of Manhattan, so there's bound to be a high probability of that being the case. Highly accurate. I googled Manhattan jewelry storefront and came up with one image of a store with a prominent Chinese characters, and another where the owner had covered the front window with the names of slain soldiers from the Israel Defense Force. So Jewish pride on a jewelry storefront window is certainly possible. If Bennett had spelled Cronenberg jewelry correctly, probably nobody would have said anything. This is true. And again, to me at least, I've never seen a jewelry store with a, I mean, I live in freaking Manhattan, but I've never seen a jewelry store with Magen David on it. But I have seen other stores. I've seen restaurants, Judaica stores. Supermarkets and stuff. Hell, my own fucking logo has a Magen David on it. What do you think the gold thing in the on the cat's chest is? Jewish. Right. You guys probably didn't hear any of that. Let me just switch to voice activity here. They sure didn't censor the topless dudes in Mass Effect. They didn't, Robert. They absolutely didn't. And yeah, I'm just, again, my logo has Magen David on it. Don't like it? Fuck you, it's the most proudest thing in my life, being Jewish, so. And rightfully so, plaster it on my logo. It's a part of me. And speaking of which, being Jewish, I don't see any problem with this. It just looks like a mistake and people over-exaggerating and overreacting. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have it on a Jew, even if it is a stereotype, so fucking what? Yeah, I gotta say, it's almost as though they're projecting their own anti-Semitism, because they're the ones that are anti-Semitism, not the guy that made that. He was just trying to reference a David Cronenberg. Understandable and actually kind of clever. If I'm being honest. So, yeah, anyway, this is just ridiculous and stupid. And I think I'm just going to move on to, what is this? Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, so, moving on. Our next story is, stop with the terrible Wizard of Oz adaptations. A new Wizard of Oz movie is headed our way like a cyclone. Please rip up the yellow brick road so nobody can ever access it again. Why Oz, why? Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, never mind, false alarm. A new big screen adaptation of L. Frank Baum's children's classic, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, is headed our way like a cyclone, according to a Deadline report. The film from New Line will be directed by Nicole Castle of HBO's popular Watchmen. Oh, that's not going to be good. Here's an idea for her. Drive down to Ace Hardware, buy a jackhammer, and rip up the yellow brick road so nobody can ever access it again, just like we did with Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland. The world has reached critical mass with Dorothy and Toto. The dreamy land of Oz and its characters have been plundered over and over again since Baum's book was first published in 1900, and yes, society has fond memories of exactly three riffs. 1939's The Wizard of Oz, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, the classic Technicolor film. The Wiz, Ease Down the Road, and Wicked. Oh, these are the plays. Okay, these are the plays. Defying Gravity. All right. The rest of them, and there is a boatload, bring to mind anything another catchy tune. If I Only Had a Brain. That's because 99% of Oz adaptations are mindless. Or mindless gunk, sorry. The first notable stinker after Victor Fleming's Technicolor classic was a low-budget 1969 film called The Wonderful Land of Oz, based on Baum's second novel, The Marvelous Land of Oz. It is said to be faithful to its source, and is considered by some to be one of the worst movies ever made. Unlike this is the play, The Wiz. The film's origins were, appropriately for the late 60s, in porn. Well, nudie flicks. A titillating genre that petered out in the 70s and, while not displaying full sex, featured plenty of naked women. Suffice it to say, nobody left the theater raving about the dialogue. In the 2 years before Barry Mahone directed The Wonderful Land of Oz, he helmed such high-class indulgences as Forbidden Flesh, Instant Orgy, The Warm, Warm Bed, Sex Club International, and Run, Swinger, Run. He thought the genre was getting too smutty, really, so he transitioned to family fare. And what a transition it was. Wow. Sex Club International. That actually sounds like an interesting name. In 2 years before Barry Mahone directed The Wonderful Land of Oz, he directed nudie flicks. His first go-around is a disturbing descent into mystery and tastelessness that is barely watchable today. Mahone cast his son Channy as Tip, a little boy who runs away from to Emerald City to find himself in the middle of a creepy palace coup. There are no stars. The setting appears to jump from shabby cabin to shabbier cabin and many of Tip's compatriots, including something called the Woggle Bug, look like nightmarish insects. It's on YouTube. Watch it if you want. I'm not your doctor. Less than 20 years later, Disney sank its fangs into the Palm brand too. In 1985's Return to Oz, Dorothy, Fairuza Balk, making her debut, lands with a thud back in Kansas 6 months after her stint in Oz. The annoying girl can't stop rattling on about flying monkeys and a tin man. However, so a reasonable Aunt M thinks she's lost her mind. Shock therapy it is! No, not so shockingly, the movie made just $11.1 million at the box office against a $28 million budget. Wow, that is kind of fucked up. The patriarchy will be what lands on the Wicked Witch. Then in 2013, that model of restraint James Franco wanted a piece of the action. He starred in the prequel to the 1939 film called Oz the Great and Powerful, which New York Post critic Lou Lumenick hailed as long threatened. As I actually remember that review, I was reading it. It tries to explain how a Kansas huckster becomes a powerful leader and why everybody is terrified of the Wicked Witch. It did not help matters that a decade earlier, the Broadway musical Wicked did a much better job at that. The aforementioned hag was played by Mila Kunis, who won an MTV Movie Award, a feather in her pointy hat. The flops, they keep on coming. That's because the most famous book, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, has been in public domain since 1956, so anybody can take a crack at it. Cassell and New Line's prime advantage is that the 1939 film, which had original elements such as the ruby slippers, is in Warner Brothers' library. She can borrow whatever iconic elements she likes. From the sound of it, though, this is going to be like every other film that gloats about how it will expose a classic to a new generation, a soon-to-be-forgotten dud. The dismal Annie, with Cameron Diaz arrogantly tired to do that. So did Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Johnny Depp, and there's also that 2014 Annie with what's face Jamie Foxx and essentially the Black Annie movie. I'll tell you right now, if I have to watch a ginger Billie Eilish sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow in this thing, I'm changing professions. That's a dare. Well, that's so this week in upcoming crap, we have pretty much. Oh man. We have a new segment on this show, which I'm going to. Well, I'm just going to let the topic title tell it for you. Yeah, so there, Magen David is what you call Star David. Magen David, like David. It's in Hebrew, it's pronounced David, and Magen is star. So Star of David, Magen David. David Star. This is this is just gonna be funny and awful. Where did I put it though? Crap, where did I put it? Here we go. Perfect. So you guys have heard this story a bunch of times, but here's kind of like the full summary of it. Gorilla Glue Girl Tessica Brown's GoFundMe tops $20,000 after surgery. So Gorilla Glue Girl Tessica Brown's GoFundMe page topped more than $20,000 in donations Thursday after doctors finally removed the sticky stuff through surgery. The 40-year-old Louisiana woman, whose hair had been stuck solid for a month after she used the super glue as a hairspray substitute, started the fundraiser on Monday. She raised more than $13,000 in just one day, and by Thursday afternoon, that number surged to $20,577. The fundraiser, started by Brown and a relative, and using a photo from her visit to the emergency room, did not detail what she'd used the cash for. Beverly Hills plastic surgeon Michael Obeng offered to perform Brown's surgery, a $12,500 procedure, for free after hearing about the hair-raising ordeal. The woman who went viral after using Gorilla Glue as hairspray undergoes a procedure to remove the sticky substance in LA. They don't say that, but it was in LA. How's it feel to feel your hair like that again? Someone can be heard asking Brown after the 4-hour procedure in the footage posted by TMZ. Now I wish I would have waited to cut my ponytail off, Brown says. Brown has an attorney and is weighing litigation against Gorilla Glue. Yeah, that's not their fault. That is your fault. You're not supposed to use that on yourself, you moron. And here you have the footage, which, you know what? You didn't ask for it, but here it is. They probably used a fuck ton of alcohol. You know, I heard about this story last week, and I just thought it was just some fucking moron that sprayed themselves with super glue for, like, views or something. I only learned last night that it was a 40-year-old woman, and I'm just like, how fucking moronic can you be? Yeah, but there you have it. That is just sad. Next up on Internet Stupidity. No, wait, wrong thing. Crap, where the hell is it? Oh, man. Alright. I thought I had the tab open already. My mistake. Next on Internet Stupidity. Aunt Jemima breakfast brand renamed Pearl Milling Company. Aunt Jemima products will continue to be sold until June 2021, when the packaging will officially change over. The Aunt Jemima breakfast brand will be renamed Pearl Milling Company. It was announced Tuesday after the 130-year-old maple syrup mascot was scrutinized last year over its ties to slavery. And now I'm curious. Aunt Jemima, racial stereotype gets an axe amid Black Lives Matter backlash. So the original thing here is the Aunt Jemima breakfast brand is being scrapped amid a nationwide campaign that's canceled everything from TV cop shows to high school names for the sake of racial sensitivity. A 130-year-old maple syrup mascot received fierce backlash following nationwide Black Lives Matter protests in summer of 2020. Oops, excuse me, just hit my desk. Over the killings of George Floyd and several other black Americans. We recognize Aunt Jemima's origins are based on a racial stereotype. Christine Kriopfel, Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer of Quaker Foods North America, tells NBC News. The PepsiCo subsidiary representative added that retiring Jemima from syrup packaging was part of an effort by the company to make progress toward racial equality. And doing so, forgetting the history. The logo was originally based off the song Old Aunt Jemima by a minstrel show performer, CNN reports. The character has since undergone several makeovers, most recently the removal of the mammy handkerchief from around her neck, amid criticism that Jemima perpetuated Jim Crow-era stereotypes. Still, the current iteration was torched online amid growing racial tensions across the nation. Reddit co-founder Alexis Ohanian tweeted Tuesday, "How is Aunt Jemima not cancelled?" with a link to a viral TikTok video. By the way, TikTok is evil. by the singer Kirby, detailing the sordid origins of the pancake pariah. The clip, titled "How to Make a Non-Racist Breakfast," racked up 2 million views on Twitter alone and was the number 10 trending topic in the U.S. on social media platform, according to Yahoo Finance in June 2020. Kriopfel has since admitted in her statement that the previous efforts to update the brands to be more appropriate and respectful were insufficient. Yeah, that's just sad. I mean, if it originates from a song, why, how, what, whatever. Quaker Oats, a division of PepsiCo that owns the brand, unveiled the new name and logo, which it said would hit stores' shelves in June. Pearl Milling Company has historical roots with the brand. It was a small Missouri mill that, in 1889, produced the self-rising pancake mix, later known as Aunt Jemima. While the name on the box has changed to great tasting products, the pearl inside the familiar red box remains the same, with a mission to create joyful breakfast moments for everyone, the company said on its website. Last June, Quaker Oats announced Aunt Jemima's future and retirement, saying the character's origins are based on racial stereotype. The logo was originally inspired by the 19th century Mammy minstrel character, a black woman who was content to serve her white masters. A former slave, Nancy Green, became the first face of the pancake products in 1890. Former slave. Doesn't that... Wait a minute. Doesn't that... It's like, hey, look, we're turning this from, like, okay, now the slave is free, and we're going to acknowledge that... Okay, never mind. This is just a load of nonsense. The move to retire the brand name came after the company faced fierce backlash following nationwide Black Lives Matter protest over the police killings of George Floyd and several other black Americans who turned out to be, criminals, but, everyone ignores that. Gotta say, Pearl Milling Company does sound like a mining company. It doesn't. Here's some gravel in your pancakes. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Be stupid and get paid for it. Yeah, that seems accurate. Oh, are you referring to the Gorilla Glue girl? Either way, this is kind of sad. Alright, and I think I'm gonna end it soon. I just want to cover 2 more articles. Alright. So, before I do this, let me just change. Actually, you know what? I'm going to cover this next. No, I'm going to cover this right now. Okay, so involving COVID-19. So the World Health Organization, for those who don't know, have spent 3 weeks in Wuhan to investigate the origins of the virus, or the supposed origins of the virus, and they, well, I'm going to let Miranda Devine here explain the rest. The World Health Organization investigative team holding a press conference on their findings on February 10th, 2021. Surprise, surprise, the crack team of investigators the World Health Organization sent to China to investigate the origins of the pandemic has ruled out a leak from a Wuhan lab. Phew, that's China off the hook then. Carry on. It's all such a tragic farce. The WHO team spent almost 4 weeks in Wuhan, half in quarantine, but they spent just 3 hours at a Wuhan institute that credible virologists across the world say is the most likely source of the outbreak. They were convinced during their visit that it was impossible for any lab accidents to have occurred there, because standards are so high. No needle pricks, animal bites, or any other human error that occurs regularly in every other biosecurity lab in the world. Case closed. Strange then. That accident seemed to be enough of a concern on November 15th of 2019 for the two of the Institute lab staff to file their only lab accident-related patent. It is for a tourniquet to treat fingers wounded when working with pathogenic viruses, and it was uncovered by a group of scientists and open-source intelligence researchers who call themselves Drastic. Maybe it's not such a great idea to be doing that research in the city of 11 million people. While dismissing the lab leak theory, World Health Organization investigators also echoed China's most farcical propaganda point, musing that the virus might have been imported into China via frozen food such as Australian beef and sold at the Wuhan market. Speaking alongside Chinese apparatchiks in Wuhan at a 3-hour event Tuesday billed the World Health Organization China Joint Study Press Conference, Peter Mbarek, spokesman for the investigators, said the frozen food theory merited further study, but the possibility of a lab leak was extremely unlikely and should not be further investigated. Who knows? Anything is possible. Maybe a spaceship from Mars dropped off the coronavirus in Wuhan, which just happens to be the only place in China with the highest level biosecurity lab that was experimenting on bat coronaviruses that are the closest relative to the SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. In fact, the Institute is one of 3 Wuhan labs studying bat coronaviruses, and the WHO team never bothered visiting the others. Team members spent more time dining with their hosts and visiting the propaganda museum celebrating Wuhan's fight against COVID, replete with giant portraits of President Xi Jinping. Among the patents uncovered by Drastic Online Sleuth is one that describes in detail how researchers at one of the other Wuhan labs capture wild bats known to carry the SARS coronavirus in mountain caves and transport them thousands of miles to breed them in a lab and feed their young daily by hand. This lab has a lower biosecurity level, BSL-2, about what you'd find in dental surgery, than the Wuhan Institute's top level, BSL-4, but no possibility of lab accidents, of course. World Health Organization conducted a fake investigation from the start with a team of experts vetted by Beijing and a pre-planned conclusion designed to take the heat off China. Any report produced by them is a waste of time. It is Chinese Communist Party propaganda that only exposes how fatally compromised by China World Health Organization has become. No one demonstrates the problem more obviously than America's only representative on the World Health Organization team in Wuhan, British-born Dr. Peter Daszak, who runs the New York-based nonprofit EcoHealth Alliance and has a whopping conflict of interest. He helped fund the risky gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute and co-authored scientific papers with the scientists who conducted the lab's research, China's so-called Batwoman, Xi Zhengli. He has long been one of the most vocal opponents of the lab leak theory, dismissing it as asserting that the virus is more likely to have spontaneously emerged from the wild. Of course he would. After Tuesday's press conference, he tweeted at President Biden saying he has to look tough on China, but please do not rely too much on U.S. intel, increasingly disengaged under Trump and frankly wrong on many aspects. The tweet was linked to an article in which State Department spokeswoman Ned Price expressed skepticism about the inquiry and the level of China's cooperation. I think the jury's still out. That's an understatement. Now, the World Health Organization has provided the Biden administration, I'm going to actually read some of these when I'm done, administration with a perfect out. Team Biden can say, let China off the hook, repudiate the dreaded Trump, and continue cozying up to Beijing. If it does accept the World Health Organization whitewash as holy writ, then the labs in Wuhan will continue catching wild bats in remote caves and meddling with their coronaviruses to make them more dangerous to humans. There will be no pressure to change their ways, to at least move their research out of a megatropolis of 11 million people. 3 weeks ago, the Wuhan Institute published a patent for a new bat breeding program so it can continue its risky research. It's business as usual for them. So, yay. We're all boned. And U.S. won't accept World Health Organization findings. that COVID-19 didn't come from Wuhan lab. The United States does not accept the World Health Organization's findings that in its probe of the origins of the coronavirus, which appeared to contradict the theory that it was artificially created in a lab in Wuhan, China. Speaking to reporters Tuesday, State Department spokesman Ned Price said the U.S. needed full transparency and access from both China and the World Health Organization before any conclusions could be reached. The agency, which launched what it described as a probe into the origins of the pandemic, downplayed the likelihood that it was leaked from a lab in Hubei province sometime in late 2019. Rumors of the virus being artificially manufactured have hounded the Chinese government since the pandemic went global. Broadly speaking, we have expressed our concerns regarding the need for full transparency and access from China and the World Health Organization, to all information regarding the earliest days of the pandemic, Price noted in one part of his speech. In his answer, medical staff work in the isolated intensive care unit in the hospital in Wuhan, Hubei province, China, on February 6, 2020. Yikes. They knew. They fucking knew. So where we are today is that we look forward to receiving this report and the full data and to digging into that ourselves, knowing that we do not need that full transparency, he concluded. Knowing that we do need that full transparency, he continued. Asking if the United States was satisfied with the level of transparency Beijing had provided to document what caused the pandemic, Price said the jury is still out. I think clearly the Chinese, at least heretofore, had not offered the requisite transparency that we need, and that is just as importantly, again, the international community needs that we can prevent these sort of pandemics from ever happening again. Thea Coulson-Fisher of the World Health Organization team arrive at the VIP terminal of the airport to leave at the end of the WHO mission in Wuhan, China on Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. The WHO is leading, unfortunately not the good WHO, the band, but anyway. The World Health Organization is leading this investigation. We clearly support this investigation. We recognize there is an urgent need for an investigation, he continued, but I wouldn't want to be conclusive yet about any sort of cooperation that the World Health Organization may or may not have received from China. President Biden resumed the U.S.'s membership in the embattled Global Health Agency by executive order during his first week in office. One of like 17 million executive orders. Anyways, former President Donald Trump had withdrawn from the nation from the agency last July due to its botched handling of the pandemic and frequent appeasement of China. People visit an exhibit about China's fight against COVID-19 on January 15, 2021 at a convention center that was previously used as a makeshift hospital for patients in Wuhan. Interesting how there's a museum for something that's still ongoing. China, a nation that has faced a wave of international scrutiny over the past few years relating to its activities in Hong Kong and the mass internment of Uyghurs, I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, I apologize, has seen global tensions, I know it is, essentially the internment camps, the concentration camps pretty much, for Muslims, has seen global tensions reach new heights amid its refusal to accept responsibility for negligence and a lack of transparency at the onset of the outbreak. As the virus grew completely out of Beijing control last year, Chinese Communist Party officials and state media went on the offense, praising the communist regime's handling of the coronavirus pandemic while mounting an aggressive effort to combat the international condemnation. In the week before China began briefing the World Health Organization, more than 3,000 unknowing individuals were exposed and infected while government leadership remained silent. Audio recordings and documents taken between January and April of 2020 and obtained by the Associated Press in November revealed that leaders at the World Health Organization declined to publicly call out countries with political clout that made repeated mistakes. In dozens of recordings over the 4-month period, the WHO repeatedly shied away from criticizing China, as well as Japan, France, and Britain. The agency defended itself against an onslaught of criticism over its unwillingness to hold any nations accountable for the virus at the time. a statement, the World Health Organization spokesperson, said that since the beginning of the outbreak, World Health Organization officials have had and continue to have frank and open discussions with government counterparts. We are proud of an organizational culture that fosters candid discussion with aim of reaching life-saving solutions. Blah blah blah, PR bullshit, blah blah blah. And then what was this? WHO team member attacks U.S. over COVID-19 investigation claims. A World Health Organization team member investigating the origins of the COVID-19 warns people not to rely too much on U.S. intelligence. Peter Daszak, a British-American zoologist, criticized the U.S. after the State Department indicated that it would need to independently verify the findings from the World Health Organization trip to the Chinese city of Wuhan. Happy to help the White House with their quest to verify, but don't forget, it's trust then verify, he wrote on Twitter. Well, that's just fucking bullshit. I don't have to trust you in order to know that you're telling me the truth. You know? You don't have to like it, but you can still know it's true. Yeah, that you know, you can... Nah, it's just a load of shit. He also accused President Biden of purposefully trying to look tough on China. Please don't rely too much on U.S. intel. Increasingly disengaged under Trump and frankly wrong in many aspects, he tweeted. State Department spokesman Ned Price had previously said that the U.S. needed more transparency from the Chinese in the investigation. Clearly, the Chinese, at least, we already read this. We will work with our partners We will work with our partners and also draw on information collected and analyzed by our own intelligence community, rather than rush to conclusions that may be motivated by anything other than science, he added. Following his remarks, Daszak said he was disappointed by the country's approach. I'm disappointed that a statement came out that might undermine the veracity of this work even before the report is released. The World Health Organization team concluded Tuesday that it was extremely unlikely that the virus leaked from the Chinese lab, though they said more research is needed to determine the origin of the pandemic. The remarks came after investigators wrapped up their visit Tuesday to Wuhan. The team visited key sites such as hospitals, seafood markets, and research facilities. Well, only one, apparently. But they were only allowed on visits organized by their Chinese hosts and weren't allowed to have contact with members of the community due to health concerns. Of course, because you can just make any bullshit excuse regarding health now. And, you know, like, oh no, you don't want to spread the virus, so, you know, therefore you can't go there. Even that's just their excuse now for national security stuff. It is of course impossible to know what you are not being told, but what I am seeing in China and what this group is seeing in China is that what we asked for. Well, of course, if you ask for something, they're going to show you. You have to look for. We are being allowed to do what we asked for. We are being allowed to do. Okay, I'm going to quote something from Patriot Games right now. If you ask about a girl, he's going to show you a picture of a girl. I didn't ask for a picture of a girl, Marty. But the point of that scene is that he's trying to get him, like, you asked for a picture of a girl. Of course he's going to give you a picture of you can give you a picture of any random girl, and that can be the quote-unquote the perp that you're looking for. The thing is, you got to, when you're looking for something and you know you know what you're looking for. You don't know who, but you know what. You don't ask specifics. You know? Whereas here, they're literally like, of course they're going to tell you everything you want that you're asking for. It's the things that you're not asking for that you need to know. But anyway, we're kind of fucked anyways, so. Yep, so that kind of wraps up, I think I'm going to end it there. Did I say I was going to do one more? No, that was it. Okay, so I'm just gonna end it there. So real quick, I'm just going to. All right, look. Yeah, so I'm gonna end it here. Unfortunately, we didn't finish. We didn't cover all the topics we wanted to, but that's kind of live streaming in a nutshell. I hope you guys all enjoyed this and found it informative, or at least entertaining. Next episode will be same time next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday night on February 20th, 9 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, it'll be same here, same bat time, same bat channel, all that fun stuff. Episode 15 will be probably covering whatever we missed this week and whatever new topics come up. And or we'll do like some news videos covering the topics we missed this week. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I hope you guys enjoyed, found it informative, or at least entertaining. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, and if you didn't, give it a thumbs down. Tell me why in the comment section, because feedback really helps. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe, because it really helps us a lot, and tells YouTube, hey, stop fucking with these guys. And if you have subscribed already, make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube really likes fucking with us guys. And it's true. I'm laughing, but it is true. Like, they, tomorrow I'll probably see like 3 subscribers unsubscribed, and I'll get messages from them saying like, hey, well, I got unsubscribed or something or whatever. But anyway, real quick, I'm going to promote the sponsor of the show, us in Gear, because I never thought of doing this earlier, and I feel like a moron for not doing it. But it is a handicap sign I made several years back, because the in response to the World Health Organization making gaming disorder an actual disease. And this was back in like 2019, I think. But yes, you can own a t-shirt that says, I am handicapped, I'm a gamer on it. And you can also get it in a mask and a mug. I'm probably going to put it on like an iPhone case and a die-cast sticker if you want, so you can literally have it on your car. It'd be funny. And as far as new merch goes, so we got that. And other new merch is our Hebrew merch, because I was going to just call it Yatzul B'Talalim, but Teespring doesn't like having Hebrew text on a product, having Hebrew text in a title or in the description. They don't like it. They just wouldn't let it go through. Yeah, the anti-Semitic bastards. But it's okay if it's an image. So it's in my font. I made my own font in Hebrew and in English. So here's Cast in the Shadows in Hebrew. And you can even see the little Magen David there. It's in blue for the merch, because the gold version is for yours truly. This way you know it's me when you see the little gold Magen David on the logo. But yeah, you got a little die-cast sticker, leggings, iPhone case, pretty much everything. It's supposed to be on the mug, but I think I need to fix that, because it's clearly not. But anyway, yeah, so we got new merch, revamped the store, link in the description. Also have the eBay store if you want to check that out. I make my own posters from scratch. I print them myself and I ship them myself. Link to those are on the eBay store, link in the description. And we have a PayPal if you want to help us in a more personal way. Again, link in the description. And we also have a link to our Discord server if you have Discord and want to just chat with us, or if you want to get in touch with me for an art project, because I do art commissions, whether it's a logo or a poster or something. You want me to design your own merch for your own Teespring store or something, hit me up, But yeah, that's it. That's gonna be it for now. So everyone, I hope you enjoyed this episode, and hold on a sec. I enjoyed the screenshot for now while I set this up. But yeah, if you got any like work stuff, like artwork stuff you need done, like I'm your guy. I can really use the work, because I lost my job late last year, so things have been kind of tough. I've been relying on art commissions and freelance work lately, so yeah. But until then, this has been Mando, Merc, and Cam of Cast in the Shadows, and This was episode 14 of Casting Shadows, the weekly podcast that covers all things escapism. And until next time, remember to treat others how you want to be treated.